Hi, everyone. Welcome to Office Hours. If you're in YouTube, you'll see a little link down below. You can click on it and you'll end up in Zoom, or you can click another link and you'll end up in Mukana, where you can ask questions and chat with each other. If you think you might be able to answer some of these questions, then what we'd love to have you do is join the panel. You just need to be here by 6:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We open the doors at 6, so if you want to come in and check your setup and see if you're ready to go, come in early. Just interrupt us if you need to. We'll be chit-chatting about other things, drinking coffee and tea and hanging out and just talking, but we're just waiting for you to come in and make sure that you're ready for the show. So so feel free to ask questions during that time. First hour, this Saturday is a long day, so there's a lot of things going on today. But the first hour is general questions, any questions you have about media or virtual production. The next hour and 45 minutes or so is education, where we talk about education. We have some great educators that join us, and we talk about technology. We talk philosophically, all those things. So we'd love to have you if you're interested in having that discussion about education. We will open the doors again for each one of these things. We're not taking anybody new right now, but we will for education open the doors again. And then at 10 o'clock, Nic J is going to be talking about how to build sets like what he's sitting behind right now, digital sets inside of Unreal Engine. So we're going to get started with that this week. So Nic is going to show you how to build out what he's doing there in Unreal Engine. And today is the first week of 4 weeks of that. We're also going to test a new platform at 11:30 with Michael Ball. So stay tuned for that. And it's something he's been playing with, and we're going to see what it's like if a bunch of us jump in at 11:30. Then we're going to take a break, but we aren't done for the day. We will be coming back at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time to all cook together. So if you feel like throwing some cameras into a kitchen or the backyard or wherever you like to cook, we're not cooking anything specific today. We're just experimenting with cameras in the kitchen or cameras outside, and what works, what doesn't work. We're trying to kind of break things before we actually get into a real show. So this week, we're going to just play with the cameras. You're more than welcome to come and watch too if you don't want to do it. Next week, we're going to pick something to cook. It'll be simple, but we'll cook something next week together as a group with our cameras. And then on the 17th, we're going to actually be joining a Zoom with Madeline Smithberg from Matt in the Kitchen. We'll be doing a show with her, and a lot of you might want to cook along, kind of a mystery science theater that comes with something that you can eat, which you can watch and laugh and have fun. It's an experiment. We're going to do 8 of them, 8 of those experiments, and see how good we can get at this. So anyway, so that's all coming up. And without further ado, let's jump into it. Bill?
First question comes from Alvis Ladzins in Riga, Latvia. Where can I remove Zoom's watermark on live stream? We have a business account and branding is enabled.
I believe that's a specific request. Go ahead, Guy.
There is a spot here in the back end. I'll put a link to this, but basically in support, it tells you how to do it with customized live streaming watermark. It looks like you go to the advanced area, so here's my admin backend. If I hit branding, I get this landing page, and somewhere here in the code is the spot to change out for the logo.
And can you change it out for your own logo?
Yeah, it's not going to be like, so here's what it would look like with your organization. And again, I don't like doing it this way because you're only getting 720p output. And so I'd rather screen scrape as an attendee and then put my logo however I want, because it's kind of, it's not how I would want it, because it says powered by Zoom still at the bottom, which,
right.
I mean, okay, so you got rid of the Zoom logo, but now you got powered by Zoom. And so it's not really clean, and it's still 720. So for screen activity and stuff, it kind of mangles it. So 1080 is the way to go if you can screen scrape.
So really, but you can delete it as well.
No, you can't. I don't think you can delete it entirely.
I think there's some place if you have a business account. There should be a place somewhere where you can turn. I thought there was somewhere you can turn it off. Now, most of us, to get a higher quality, what we're doing is screen scraping, because it only streams, as Guy said, at 720p. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, you can remove your organization's logo from there, but the powered by Zoom tag bug will always be there.
Yep. Go ahead, Leo.
Say.
Yeah, and so the best way, if you really want to get rid of the bug, is to get request a 1080p account. You'll have to make a request for that. Once you get that 1080p account, you want to set up another participant that can grab onto that image, and that's something where Zoom OSC might be something that you can use, but we just use Zoom Rooms to scrape that out. You can also push it out over. How are you pulling? Are you doing a screen scrape via NDI guy in the cloud?
Yeah, that's the way we do it. So just like yesterday, where I grabbed the fish tank, so I made it full screen, and then it's nice and it's a clean feed, and then NDI it over to, in this case, it was Livestream Studio, and then from there push to Livestream or YouTube.
So some version of a screen scrape, whether it's in hardware or in the cloud, and then stream it from your streaming platform of choice, is going to look better than anything that Zoom is going to do currently. Next question.
Victor Cajallo, our friend here from Brookings, South Dakota, in the panel. I have not been around, and have we discussed the recent Ubiquiti Network security breach and any concerns we might have because of that?
John?
So every company is going to be breached at some point. We just assume that in the cybersecurity world. How you react to it is the key factor, I think, in any discussions of this sort. And Ubiquiti's response has been particularly horrible. It's very bad in a not good way.
So back up and tell us what happened.
So they had a developer, I was looking into it some to refresh my memory, that had their keychain in LastPass, and something happened, the key got out, and somebody got access to their database in AWS. Everything. Now, Ubiquiti says it's not a problem. No customer data got released, but then somebody with more knowledge was like, well, that's because you guys don't monitor the type of access to the database, so you don't know what happened. Right. And so Ubiquiti has been downplaying the impact of the breach. And the problem is, what they should have done is said, we have been breached, reset everybody's password. And that's how LastPass handled it when they got breached. That's how good companies respond when they get breached. And it is somewhat concerning that the credentials are supposedly stored in LastPass. But what that means is that probably the developer, who was apparently recently let go, released the credentials out in the wild, is what I would assume. But we just don't know the level, and it has made me reconsider using Ubiquiti gear in my network. I've got a box sitting on my desk. I'm probably never going to put it in production.
Yeah,
that's exactly what my point was, that I read about this and their slow response, and I was like, I've been thinking about pulling the trigger on some of their equipment, and this does not make me feel comfortable, because my understanding is that you have to go into their cloud to manage part of that network. And so that scares the heck out of me.
Go ahead, JJ.
I was going to say that you don't have to have all your equipment configured in the cloud, unless you've got something like Meraki where it's all in the cloud. You don't have to configure everything in the cloud for a lot of those gear. And you'll find that there are very frequently within any firmware type, there will be discovered something that needs to be patched. That doesn't mean that the entire brand needs to be scrapped. It just means that, if you patch your gear, if it's Cisco or, whatever, what have you, as long as you read and verify that particular security vulnerability doesn't affect you because you're not using that particular feature set, it doesn't matter. And but it depends. It depends on how your infrastructure is built.
Yep. Stephen, and then Rupert, and then we'll move on.
I mean, this is an example of how to do something poorly. They would be a better company if they responded better, but they reacted and shut up, and they went to my bad list.
Yep. Rupert?
I run the Ubiquiti Unify platform here, but I run the controller in-house, so I'm not cloud connected, and pushing the firmware updates through that controller here locally. I can do the whole network, just the press of a button, but no cloud control for me at all.
Yep. Next question.
Charles Hodge is up next from White Lake, Michigan, and he says, you talk about LUTs, lookup tables. What data is contained in the tables, and what are they looking up?
Go ahead, Bill.
It's really, I think a LUT is about as simple a thing as possible. It's really a table that says, if the value is this, make it this. And that lookup table takes pixels traditionally. And if the color value is this, color and luminance value is this, it will automatically switch it to that. And that's true of all the pixels that hit your screen. So it's really just a big text list that processes really fast and changes colors.
I mean, if you think about this, the way you think about curves, you have your black point or white point, your black point, and usually your midpoint or gamma. And this is what we think about in Photoshop, that what goes in is exactly what goes out when this is going straight across. When we pull this upward like this, and you see this, it means that this value is going to go in, but it's going to come out at a higher value. And so this is a 1D LUT. So the curves, 1D LUT. So a 3D LUT does this for red, green, and blue individually. So you end up with a cube to kind of work with. But basically, it's just simply remapping. It's setting up a calculation that allows you to remap it. Now, they start talking about 33 point or whatever. That means that you could you have lots of points along here that you could pull up or down based on what you want to do. So you can build very complex relationships between the color coming in and the color coming out. Just a graphical version of what Bill just said. All right, next question.
Brian Carpenter of Cleveland, Ohio says, assuming the 27 minutes of silence during the Ford-Carter debates of 1976 were the #1 example of audiovisual disasters, what would be other notable examples where the AV story eclipsed the actual event?
So many. There was there was a Super Bowl where they lost half the power to the stadium. That's a pretty, like, that was right during halftime, and from what I understand, they just overloaded it with the halftime equipment. Something wasn't calculated, or something had come down, and so it just blew a bunch of circuits all the way across. It took a lot. There wasn't enough redundancy, and so there was like 20 or 30 minutes of people tap dancing, trying to figure out what to say when they couldn't do what they had planned to do. Go ahead, Leo.
We had a very similar thing when a new provider launched some sport in the UK, and they missed a goal. They missed a goal because it went out.
Yeah. So yeah, it's go ahead, Nick.
There's actually a recent example on a ESPN set where one of the LED walls set up behind the caster's talent, it wasn't set up properly, and it fell down on him live during the broadcast. Yes, on him. Geez. It was pretty. It turned out he was okay, but it was scary to see that. That was definitely circulating in the virtual production areas for a while. Like, yeah, make sure you set this up properly.
Yeah. Go ahead, Guy.
I don't want to say it's totally major, but I was at CES in 2018 when the power went out in North Hall. That was pretty chaotic. There's 180,000 people there, and so yeah, the lights just went out at CES. It definitely hit the news. That was front page news of everything that got released. It was like, yeah, and the power went out, so they overloaded it as well.
Yeah, Peter.
Well, speaking of things falling down, go back to the original Apollo 3 launch, where Walter Cronkite and Wally Schirra are in a booth that turns out was too close to the booster, because the subsonic rumble shook the window loose, and suddenly you see Walter Cronkite and Wally Schirra turning around holding this giant plate glass window up because nobody had foreseen the low frequency.
Right. And there's a lot of tiny ones, because live broadcast is so fast and furious that if you just do live broadcast fails, you'll see a lot of fun ones.
There's the infamous Peter Jennings one broadcasting from Israel where they pull back and you suddenly realize he's nice coat and tie in Bermuda shorts.
Yeah. Which is very common. Yeah. Bill and then Ken, real quick.
And this one's not gigantic, but I was in a concert, a Kenny Loggins and Jimmy Messina concert in the 1970s at Grady Gamage Auditorium on the ASU campus. And it's a beautiful, well acoustically designed building. Somebody in a car hit the transformer. The entire place went pitch dark. And this was before security lighting was a thing. So it was literally completely pitch dark.
Awesome.
So all we saw was some flashlights come out on stage. And eventually the performers said, well, we hear this is a great acoustic environment. We're going to try to play. And they played for 15 minutes just from the apron of the stage to all of us in the pitch dark. It was magic. And it was so magic that when the lights and the power came back on, there were boos.
Yeah, that's great. Ken?
Yeah, really quick. There was this Zoom event where someone decided to set it up outside in the garden before we realized how cold it is. Oh.
Yeah. We had a Dave Matthews concert at, I think Salesforce put it on, where it rained really hard and the water above the audio mixer filled up the tarp, and at some point it has to not fill up. So that was it. Just poured a couple hundred gallons of water onto the mixer. In case you're wondering, doesn't work after that. All right, next question.
Alvis Ladzin's back from Riga with our Zoom account is upgraded to Zoom Business 1080p and is enabled by support. In regular meetings, we get 1080p resolution, but if we use the same capture card on Zoom Rooms, we only get 720p. What may be the problem?
Go ahead, Jonas.
I thought there was a second request to enable 1080p on your Zoom Rooms.
It could be. I know that we've done it backwards. So we requested 1080p on Zoom Rooms and got it very quickly. Then we requested webinar and got that over time. And then we requested meetings, or a bunch of us requested meetings for us, and got it. But it was, so you may have to request the Zoom Room 1080p separately. I think most of us got that first. You know, like when we were trying to get 1080p. But I don't know for sure. It's guy's thinking about it, but he doesn't have it. He doesn't have a solution. No. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I'm just curious because Alvis mentions here that he's seeing 720p at the capture card. So I wonder if the HDMI output of the computer might be set to 720 as opposed to 1080.
Well, I think it just means the same capture card on Zoom. I think he's talking about just the result in Zoom, but maybe not. Maybe not. That might be the case. Next question.
Jonas Dotel here on the panel from Reutlingen, Germany. Which port does the Atem software controller use? Note also any way to use TCP instead of UDP.
You may have gone over the technical capacity of what we're talking about here. I don't know if we have another developer that would know that. I'm surprised it's not somewhere in their SDK. Go ahead, Peter.
It's, in theory, it's port 9910, but since it's UDP, it's a little bit more difficult to control, right? And they don't externalize it. They don't externalize the control ports. That's why you're better off, like what you do, right, is that you send out the kit with something to control an Atem if you have something at the other end, and use your, I forget which VPN you use, but
Meraki.
Because you can well, there's a piece of hardware you use, right? I don't remember which one it was. The VPN you send out to your clients, to your talent. But,
well, and some people have controlled the Atem with the Raspberry Pi using port forwarding, and then we use Meraki Z3s to do it.
Yeah,
just because
but in all cases that's a local that behaves like a local control point.
Yep. John, did you have something? No.
I was just going to say UDP. You really usually can't translate over to TCP because the TCP requires a two-way handshake, and UDP, and I know you know this, Jonas, I'm telling this for the audience. UDP doesn't. It's basically a fire and forget type port that's best effort protocol, I should say, and so you probably can't switch over to TCP.
Next question.
It comes from John Pruitt of Huntersville. What is your favorite video head? So I assume this is for tripods. So video. Is
that what you mean, John?
Yeah.
Favorite? With
no price. Oh, you should not have done that, John.
I know what I was asking when I asked.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, something from the O'Connor 2500 range would be my starting point in terms of favorite fluid heads. Goes up quite a bit from there.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
All my ENG buddies used to use Sockler caddies because they're really fast to set up and they're solid as a rock.
So, I mean, the one that we probably use the most are the 1030s or the 2060s O'Connors. Those are older; they're now some different number, and it might be the other ones for the larger heads that we did 2575s, which were Sackler 2575s, which I think are what Mickey's now talking about, the O'Connor 2500 series. I think that they're all owned by the same company now, so I think they're mixing and matching different numbers. Those are really nice big fluid heads, and a nice large head. What usually I'm looking for in a video tripod head is I want to be able to add a lot of resistance to it, because I almost want to. A lot of times when we're shooting on a stage or shooting something there, we want to pull against it a little bit. It's like you're that's how you're going to get a nice smooth one is to have it not just swing wherever I want it to. It'll reduce a lot of the jitter that you'd have from an operator. You want to have a lot of control over that. You also, the heavier head just gives you, it's just a heavier weight. It just gives the camera a little bit more control. Obviously, it can handle a lot of weight. Those are for fluid heads. So we start talking about fluid heads there. Those are pretty large ones that we use pretty often. The gear heads are really cool. If you have someone to manage focus and zoom, so in film, gear heads are really cool because you don't usually use zoom very often. You're usually using prime lenses, and you usually have someone to pull focus for you. So you're not having to do the reason that a fluid head's useful is because you need all those controls. On my handles out, I'm going to put focus and zoom on the handles so that while I'm moving, I can zoom and focus all in the same time. A gearhead, you can't do that, but you can get incredibly smooth movement. So Arri makes the most popular gearhead, but there's also a lot of much less expensive gearheads that have come out. Don't have the same control as the Arri. Don't have the same resolution as the Arri as far as gearing, but still are pretty awesome. And then, of course, there's DJI with their, they have the Ronin, and then they have their version of an electronic gearhead, which is, I've only played with at NAB. I haven't been able to justify buying it yet, but boy. All right, go ahead, Chris. And then
yeah, if you don't have a really big budget, this is a Manfrotto 502 fluid head. This thing's great. Every time I buy a tripod, I buy one of these for it. It has a little arm with it. It's very nice. You can adjust the tension, so you can get some what's the word I'm looking for? Some resistance when you're moving it.
Drag.
It's like $100. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, I love the Miller Aero 25. Here's a shot of me running camera a couple years ago where this rock singer from the Mars Volta tried to take my camera and tripod, and I literally almost punched him in the face in front of 30,000 people. So yeah, Miller Aero 25, I'd fight for it.
That's great. Next, that's such a great photo. Next question.
Stephen Kimbrough, Berkeley, California, and here on the panel says, looking to find a pretty good USB audio interface with 8 channels and the ability of sending 8 different channels live to a Mac, and I need sliders and 6 channels of mix minus. Any ideas?
XR12. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I was gonna say X32 producer.
Right, X32 producer. XR. I guess an XR12 doesn't have the sliders, so yeah. Leo.
I was going to say, if you want the sliders, you have to go on to the 32, but the XR18 is the first one which has a proper USB out. The XR12 doesn't have USB out from it.
Otherwise you're probably looking at, those types of things are starting to get into a Zoom level, but it's, the Zoom, they have a variety of mixers that will go in and out. I haven't used them. I used the first ones that came out and they weren't great, and I haven't gone back yet. Leo?
They have the new Zoom which came out. The 18, I would say the 18 is actually easier to use than the 32, and you've actually got things. So if you're trying to do some mix minuses and you're trying to do things like auto mixes where you want to, you can do it better actually on the 18 than you can on the 32 because it allows all channels to do it when the 32 only allows it on 8 channels.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
My question to Stephen is it what's it for? Is if it's for a Zoom, having 6 channels of mix minus is going to be pretty intense, and something like Dante would be your best bet bring all that stuff in. But if it's just for like a regular stage type
Well, I mean,
appearance,
the problem is that the problem with Dante is that you'll add you'll add $500 to whatever mixer you're buying to do that. Like it's in a reasonable priced thing, it becomes more difficult.
Well, this is going to be a rental
mixing-
anyway, because it's a one-time deal just to make somebody at Cisco happy to do something for his friends.
Oh, if I was renting it, I would definitely do an X32 or a QL1. Like if I'm not buying it, I would just go to a QL1 and call it a day.
Well, the 32 I understand. The QL1 is, well, I'd have to read too much.
Okay, there you go. But
I
if
got
you understand,
my answer though.
Yeah, 32 is great for that. Next question.
This is from James Babbitt of San Diego. Can you recommend a tutorial video to help presenters use the Countryman H6 for the first time?
Yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I would suggest, like, for if these are your clients, like a little extra touch of doing a personalized custom video for them would be a good idea, I think.
Yeah, I don't have a publicly available one. We've done kits where we show people how to put them on and how to put the earpiece in. It's usually for a specific kit that we build. But remember that, especially for these how-tos, the best camera to use is often the iPhone. iPhone for how-to videos is super awesome because you're not figuring out how to manage anything. It does a little bit of stabilization and you can just shoot it really fast. When I do how-tos, a lot of times, especially when we're running at speed, we just use iPhones for that. You just have to get good framing and a little bit of light. Next question.
TJ Asher of Minneapolis, and the panel says, what is the iPad app that can control an Atem Mini?
There's a couple of them, I think. Cosmo.
I think I'll save Guy the trouble. He's mentioned this a few times, the touch director from Live Skills.
Which one is it again?
Touch director from Live Skills.
And that one gives you both control of the switcher as well as macros. Yep, that's great. Touch director.
It does.
Yep. Great. Next question.
Rupert McRae of Dallas, Texas opens up an interesting subject in what makes a good grip truck and a good grip operator. Do they typically operate freelance? Do they have their own equipment or as an employee within a production firm?
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Well, grip trucks are normally specified by the ton. So you can get a 1 ton, a 2 ton, a 5 ton grip truck. And the level of equipment, they always universally, whoever owns the grip truck will publish a list of its gear. Some of them, particularly the bigger grip trucks, might come with lights, for example. The smaller ones will have just grip gear. So all sorts of C-stands and Cardellini clamps and every other type of hardware fitting that you would need to set up a set. But you really have to go through the list. And if you need, for example, HMI lights, this particular 3-ton grip truck may have one on board and that one will not. So regardless, there's a lot of standards. I mean, you'll get Apple boxes and you'll get C-stands, you'll get all that stuff. But you really do have to look through the list of what's on that truck and decide whether it meets your needs or not. And
oftentimes, if I'm in a specific location that I haven't rented a truck before, I usually ask my DP what grip truck do they like, because if you're hiring somebody, you hire a specialist and ask them, and then you know forever which one is the right one. Mickey, and then Sky.
Yeah, there are a lot of standard things you'll find in every size grip truck, like of course stands, sandbags, all sorts of cutters and scrimps and stuff like that. But what would stand out are the trucks that have very niche problem solvers, things that you don't see often, but solves a single huge issue in a set. But so you keep them in mind for next time around because you'll know they'll have tools for like little issues you might not think about.
Go ahead, Sky.
Yes, what Mickey and Bill have said, but Shane Hurlbut, the director of photography, helped me understand it, is that you need more lights, but more importantly, you need to be able to shape and control the light. And so that's why when Mickey talks about solving the problems, it's, again, we were talking the depth of a 2-dimensional concept is what we're trying to do with shadows. We're trying to give you that that 3D effect in light. And so that's why you don't just blast it all, you shape the light.
Yep, go ahead, Mickey.
And yeah, for me, like as a sound mixer, like trucks that carry WD-40 and trucks that carry baby powder are the guys that I recall.
Well, and also it just means that they've been around for a long time. There's little things that you start adding to a grip truck, and you know, when you see those little tags and little things, and when you ask for them that they happen to have in the grip truck, it means that they've been doing this for a while and they're constantly evolving. Because the ones that just have the basic stuff means that someone's probably not paying that much attention. They're just providing the truck. They saw a list, they put it in, they move forward. Go ahead, John.
Okay, I get WD-40. Why baby powder?
Squeaky dolly wheels and stuff like that. I think that squeaks, you can lay a layer of powder, and it takes care of a bunch of them.
That's great. Rupert?
Yeah, so that was the kind of information I was interested in, but just as an aside that springs to mind, any particular types of trucks, makes, models that end up being suitable or more reliable than anything else?
Well, if you're building one, I mean, there's a lot, you know, the two that we see probably the most common are Fords and Mercedes make the Ford Transit van. And I owned 2 Ford Transit vans at one point. I got the extended height and length for them, and then built into them. Now mine were, because we were loading gear in, mine were all just E-track going, you know, four lanes of E-track going down both sides. But you can build into those. They're super solid trucks. You know, as far as I was really happy with mine. Go ahead, Bill.
And I'm going to address just for a second what makes a good grip operator, and it's knowing their grip truck. If you have somebody who's been in the business for a long time and they've solved 10,000 little onset problems, that man or woman is worth their weight in platinum, because you will say, here's my problem, and they will figure out a combination of little things to fix that problem for you immediately.
And Ken, did we miss you before? Did you have any comment there? Nope. Okay, next question.
John M. Gerard of Berkeley, California. I don't know if you guys are willing to answer this one. It's regarding movie copy protection. As a side effect of some HDMI slitters, it says, they can strip out the copy protection. Does anyone know of a particular brand? Other information I placed in notes.
Go ahead, Mickey.
No particular brand, but whatever is cheap on Amazon or Alibaba should get the job done.
Yeah, exactly. The cheaper the better is usually the ones that we've noticed have this you know, quote unquote defect of doing this is AView oftentimes doesn't do a very good job of passing the information down. And where we see it a lot is HDMI to SDI converters. And so if you have an HDMI to SDI converter, it will go in and it will handshake the HDMI, and then SDI doesn't carry that. So it just passes the video through. So if you have SDI on the other side, it usually works pretty well. Next question.
Lou Perez in Phoenix, Arizona says security specialists will tell you small MSP, managed service providers, data centers, and hosting companies are under an increase in cyber attacks. Many companies have DR plans based on natural disasters, disaster recovery plans, obviously. How many of you have had a cyber disaster recovery plan? Thinking along Alex's reference to PACE.
As a note to our producers out there watching, we are running a little low on questions for the general hour. We don't need that many more because we're going to stop a little early and let the educators come in. But another question or two, if you have a couple of them floating around, it'd be great. Go ahead, John.
So we don't distinguish between cyber events and other disasters in our disaster recovery plan. A good disaster recovery plan doesn't care the source of the disaster. It treats all disasters equally, and you can recover from anything with a good disaster recovery plan.
JJ and then Chris.
So having worked and built infrastructure for a number of different companies, one of the things that we rely on heavily is using the infrastructure that exists for like Amazon, wherein you have not just physical mitigation, but for the location, for your data itself, and having those resources siloed, making sure that they're separate from each other, so that the same issue that might occur with one part of your data doesn't affect the recovery. Like if you have data that has the virus in it that's been there for 2 years and no one knew about it, and then you bring up the other data center that's in Virginia, for say, instead of Nevada, once you bring that up, that same virus or whatever it might be doesn't infect that same set of data. Also making sure that you have a scheduled data backup plan so that the same information that you have is current for whatever your need might be. That's my
good. Chris, and then Peter.
I'm not sure how our company handles it, but we've had this happen before, and it's days before people get back up. So years ago, I just learned that I back all my stuff up personally. And while everybody's waiting to get their computers back up and running, I'm fine. So I routinely back up our CAD database, even though the office does it, I do it as well. And then, of course, I do marketing now. So any graphics, plugins for any programs, video, audio, anything I would use in a video or graphics gets backed up on a solid state, and I have 2 copies of it. I don't count on the office to back anything up.
Peter, and then TJ.
Well, one thing that's interesting, we're all focusing on the technical aspects, and what 9 times out of 10, what we see, and when I go out and talk with commercial customers, is they get the technical aspects right, but the other half of DR is called business continuity, and that falls flat on their face. So Alex, if you suddenly became available, who would they call, where would somebody call to get a hold of the show, right? Right, those types of things. You can't just do DR without business continuity to go with it.
TJ, and then Jonas.
People talk a lot about backing up and make sure you have plenty of backups. One thing people don't ever talk about is recovering your data from that backup. You have to practice that to make sure, A, your backup is actually valid, because you might be backing up data, and then when you pull data back, it's not what you're expecting. So practice backing up your data, or practice recovering your data, rather, from your backups periodically, so that you know how to do that when things fall apart on you.
Well, and one of the things that larger companies do, and we even deploy at times, is red teams, that are there just to look for things that are wrong. Most large companies have them running all the time. Like they're just constantly trying to break into the company. Obviously, people that are trusted, but they're constantly trying to break into their servers, into their into their data centers. How can I breach? Can I find a way into the data center? And they'll be given a whole host of things, and nobody knows that they're there except for the fact that once they're caught, or if they're caught, they just pull up a badge and say, I did this on purpose. Anyway, Jonas, and then Rupert, and then Nick, and then we'll move on.
If somebody needs to convince his boss that even the cloud needs backup, I put in the link of an article where a European data center burned and went into flames, and a lot of people lost their data in there.
Yeah. Rupert?
Yes, a lot of good points. I have been dealing with this for years and years, and although we've talked about data, luckily haven't had to deal with a data loss in a few years. The bigger risk in the past 2 or 3 years has been phishing attacks. People getting in and ultimately wanting money, and if somebody transfers money somewhere, that money's gone, or it can be gone. And so that's a different risk to data. Those cyber attacks happen very quickly, and you have to manage those in real time. So you can have a recovery plan, but you really need to work on mitigating those risks ahead of time. And things happen very fluid. I've had to make split-second decisions to shut down an entire C-suite in a split second, lock everything until you can figure out what's going on.
Yep, absolutely. Nick?
Yeah, to TJ's point about practicing your restores, there is a fairly famous story of a major feature film animation company in the Bay Area that lost a server disaster, nearly took out an entire film. And that was, well, it didn't nearly take it out. It took out the entire film. And that was the moment when IT discovered that the backups had not been working. That film was literally saved by one employee who was on maternity leave, taking a copy of all the work home each week. So you definitely want to have that practice, and you also want to have a plan for how will you bring that data back up. Like you might have terabytes of information, and where are you going to put that? You've got the backups maybe on tape, maybe on the cloud. Where is it going to go when you've got a physical hardware fail? And one last note is that you want multiple off-site copies, right? You don't want to just have a backup and store the backup in the data center, because when that data center burns down, all those backups go with it. So there's, you usually have staged storage. And I even tell my students in classes, unless you have 3 different copies of your work in 3 different places, you have no copies, or eventually you will have no copies.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to accelerate now for the folks for the panel. Our producers heard the call, and now we're deep in questions. So I'll ask maybe 2 or 3 people to answer the question. If I come to you after 2 or 3 people, number one is I won't come back to anyone twice. Don't raise your hand if you've already answered the question. And also, if I come back to you after the first 2 or 3 answers, you got 10 seconds. All right, next question.
Alvis Lezdina, Riga Latvia is back with, when we use USB capture cards and there's a link there, and embed sound to HDMI, sound quality is bad and crackling. And that also was turned out to be true with another Blackmagic Decklink card. Any suggestions on what it might be?
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
If you change the capture card, then it's not the capture card. I would check your cables, switch them out. If you still got a crackle, start with what you're capturing and change it out to something else. If it's still crackling, check the source and see what's happened. Finally, power could also be in play in this whole thing. So those are the things that you would want to check.
Go ahead, Nikki.
I hook up that HDMI connection to a broadcast monitor with a headphone out, or maybe it's even a TV, and see if it sounds good there. If it's still bad, then it's probably the source.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
If it's being used for Zoom, you'd have to make sure that you're on original sound. And each time you switch that audio input, if you have to switch it, make sure you re-engage original sound.
Mm-hmm. And just check the cables. Next question.
Kai Cochran in Seattle. Is there anything else special that a Zoom room does upon entering a meeting?
I throw myself the ball.
The guy throws it, then he runs down the field, and then he catches it.
He catches it, and it's in. If you go into a meeting and you say invite, and you invite a Zoom room, watch what happens. I didn't get to show this in the demo yesterday because I was trying to get through it fast, but watch what happens here. So it's been invited. This is the fish tank coming in. And as it comes in, what does that say?
I can't see it.
This meeting has now been upgraded to unlimited minutes.
Oh.
So free meetings become unlimited.
And does it have to stay in there to be unlimited, or just there?
Nope.
Same thing?
Once it
gets
does,
upgraded to
it
720?
doesn't even have to come into the meeting. So it stays in the
just has to
waiting
sit in
room.
the waiting room. Interesting. The magic of the Zoom rooms, yet again. That's great. Next question.
Doug Ferguson, Fort Wayne. Alex, what computers are you using for the one-to-one Zoom meeting webinars?
We are using right now their Dell i7, their 1U Dell i7s, and I don't know. We 1F Jeff Keithley recommended them. I just said, "What do we need to get?" He gave that to him, and we ordered them. So, but I know that their i7s with their i7s, their 1U Dells, they I could probably try to find the receipt for you, but they're nothing specific. 32 megs of RAM or 32 gigs of RAM, and most of them have Duo or 8K cards in them, so we can have multiple I/O.
How many do you have?
16. 16 of them.
60?
16. 16,
Oh, 16.
not 60.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. No, we believe that we'll never go over 20. So we believe that there'll never be any reason for us to go over 20. We are building the subsystem for 20. We think that everything else will go in the cloud. So, so that if it gets any bigger than that, you move into the cloud to manage it. Next question.
Boy, I just looked at the list. Nigel DeSau of Austin, does the team recommend the Elgato Key Lights, or what alternatives should we be considering?
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Coolest thing about those is if you're in the infrastructure, you have Stream Decks and you have the Elgato capture cards. They all work within each other, so you can hit the Stream Deck to turn on lights and off lights. I use newer lights for my my light dome. I can't speak on the quality of the light of the Elgato though.
Peter and then TJ.
Well, I have an Elgato ring light in front of me and 2 key lights up in these general directions to give even shining. I just use a low fluorescent light sitting behind me to shine up on the screen. It doesn't need to be a key light or anything special like that. But I'm with Jeff. The the Elgato infrastructure makes
Mm-hmm.
this really easy, to be quite honest.
Go TJ and then Ken.
I have an Elgato Key Light. I use it as my fill light. For the price, it's a little small. For the same amount of money, you can get lights that are larger light sources, larger panels that do just as good a job, have remote controls.
Yep. Go ahead, Ken, and then Leo real quick.
Aperture all the way. Their range of lights are color accurate, and you know, you can go from tiny ones to you know, large ones. The aperture lighting system is the way to go with, and its Sidus app is turns it into, then gets to the next level.
Go ahead, Leo.
I've been liking the NAN lights for putting in for various different locations. Really nice and easy to use.
Yeah, I have almost everything we do as far as sending out in kits, as well as my office, are all NAN light. We found that the price for performance has been really good. They're solidly built, and literally, I think at this point we've bought hundreds of them, and so our track record's been really high. Next question.
James Babbitt of San Diego is back in with, where do you buy your ebooks? Amazon, Apple, Google, Barnes and Noble, or so forth?
JJ?
Support your local library if you can. Hoopla Digital is also available. So if you don't want to buy it, you're already paying tax dollars for it. And then Bookshare, I wanted to mention that. This also might be good for the education hour. They have ebooks that are available for folks who are differently abled. So if you have like dyslexia, blindness, they have different formats available as well. So Bookshare and Hoopla Digital, those are great options. Although
Go ahead, Nick.
Google for me.
Yep.
On that library note, make sure to check in with your local metro library. In Philadelphia, the Free Public Library has free library card and free access to all of their electronic books.
Yeah. I have to, for me, it's Kindle, just because it just shows up everywhere, and I've been using it for so long. I can't put it in multiple libraries because I'd have to manage it. And then I use Audible for, I don't read, I only buy Kindle books of things that have diagrams, like, or something that I need to refer to. I don't read like any books that have lots of text. It's too much time. Next question.
Ronnie Hofsey of Tromsø, Norway says, is it possible to use a Shure MV7 into an iPhone?
You should be able to use an iRig for that. I mean, to get it in. Oh, no, it's got a USB, Mickey.
Yeah, the MV7 is part of a Shure's Motive line, which is designed to work with both mobile devices and computers.
Okay, great. Yeah, so it's a pretty direct connection to it. Does it have a cable that comes with it that will just connect to it with Lightning, or do you need to convert?
That I'm not familiar with if it comes with a cable.
With most USB interface based systems, you can connect them to the iPhone by having a Lightning to USB, and it's a Lightning to USB with another Lightning to power it, but Lightning to USB and then USB to whatever. It can be Ethernet, it can be all kinds of other things, and that'll get into your iPhone or older iPad. Leo and Chris, real quick.
Just reading between the lines, if this is a question about Clubhouse, yes, you will be able to get it to work on most things, but it won't work if it's USB based for Clubhouse.
Yeah, it needs to think it's a headset. Chris?
Yeah, just to clarify for people, the USB device that you're referring to, Alex, is called the camera kit. It's the USB camera kit. So just when people are searching for it.
Yeah, and you will, if to Leo's point, if you're trying to do Clubhouse, you need to come through something that has to look like a headphone jack to Clubhouse, or it will drop you. And I guess TJ's been successful with the iRig. I use a Bluetooth to Dante. Mickey, real quick.
Yeah, there's a page from Shure that has a compatibility specs for different apps and also adapters for iOS.
Next question.
Randy from Thunder Bay says, do any of the panelists prefer mono or stereo versions of the Bumblebee in-ear monitor?
Go ahead, Hosma.
Yeah, I ordered the first one 6 months ago, and I got Bumblebee Sidekick 2. Somehow my brain only feels comfortable if it's stereo. So I ordered the one with both sides. And yeah, so that's just a personal preference.
Next question.
Courtney Gooden in Hollywood for Nick Justitian. Is there a good YouTube instructional video on getting started or introduction to Unreal Engine that we should view before today's lesson after the installation is complete?
Yeah, I sent out a link. It's in the email that you sent out that we went out this morning and yesterday, where you can click on it and it'll give you a quick overview. That's all you need to be ready for Nick. Is that right, Nick? Nick made it.
Yeah,
just for you.
So I mean, you could search YouTube for Pixel Prof PROF office hours, 4 words, and that'll hit. There's a couple videos there that you can take a look at if you haven't seen them already. So yeah, looking forward to having you later on in the day.
Yep. Hosmuk, real quick.
Just a heads up on install, it did ask for Xcode. So I had to install Xcode on my computer before I could launch Unreal.
Interesting.
So if you're on the Mac, it seems like I had looked into it and I found information saying you don't need Xcode, but I think it sounds like at least a few people are running into an error on the Mac only. Of course, you don't need Xcode if you're on a PC. So
next question.
With pre-apologize because I'm going to mess this up. Jettel Jersfold, I believe, of Tromso. Anyway, says, how do you see the future of live stream workers with many young people streaming to Twitch and the like?
That's probably a big question. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
I think those are 2 different things. I mean, you have the Twitch streamers that are basically trying to bring and build their audiences, and then you have live stream workers that are doing bigger events, and they might intermix every now and then, but I don't think it'll be that big of a deal.
Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
I'm already seeing in the UK that there is jobs for Zoom production engineers. So people are actually looking for people who will produce and manage Zoom production for companies.
And what I will say is that, like, part of the reason, one of the many reasons that I started office hours is that I truly believe that you'll have to stay up to speed all the time. Like, in this business, it's going to be moving fast, and there will be lots of people entering the market. And the way that we stay ahead is to stay informed and to keep on working on it and trading notes. If you disengage for even a little bit of time, you'll probably fall behind. So this is not, we're way past. We knew that this was coming. I think a lot of us did, but we're getting way past the era of you could get a diploma or a piece of paper, and then that was worth something more than a couple of years out. So you need to constantly be training, constantly be working on it, and spending part of your time every single day sharpening, what you do, because there's going to be a lot of people anywhere in the world that can compete with that. So that's just the nature of what we do. Next question.
Ari Block of Tel Aviv says, in a broad perspective, how do you segment the virtual production market in terms of types of customers and the type of shows, events, according to customer type?
There's so many. What's interesting is that I feel like we created, I'm mostly bespoke, production. So I design something for every single client that's different than the other ones. I don't know how to, we've talked about the 4 big ones that we talk about a lot, but it's hard to identify it otherwise. Go ahead, Leo.
Those that want your help and advice, and those that say when you say you need 5 people, say that's far too many. Why do you need that many people?
Yeah. I mean, I warn people, like when they hire me, like when you did it in a hotel, it costs a certain amount of money. We won't be that expensive, but we won't be that much cheaper either. And you'll be able to get a lot more people to join. But taking it from this budget down to 1/100th of the cost of the budget of that is not going to work. Now, part of the problem is there's not a lot of good events going out. But I was watching, someone posted something about showing 3D graphics in the late 80s. It's called, I think, Computer Dreams or something like that. And when you saw that, you would never think that we would end up where we are now in computer graphics. And I think that that's the thing we have to remember, is that this is about to get much more hectic. Next question.
Roberto Barrow of Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania says, does anyone know what's going on with the Behringer XR12 supply? I'm looking to buy at least 3 of them for my church's living nativity this year.
Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
Apparently, there's a lot of problem in the supply chain on the Behringers at the moment across, since everywhere.
It's the AKM fire. The AKM fire is the problem. So there's a Japanese plant in that burned down, or was heavily damaged, and they do all the DA converters and AD. I think DA and AD converters that are used in everything, and so there's a supply chain issue on huge numbers of I don't know if it's 100% that this, but most of the supply chain problems in the audio world right now is that an item that used to cost $2 is now $250. And so it's a huge disruption that they've been trying to sort out. Next question.
Ronnie Hofsey of Tromsø, Norway says, how do you plan audio hijack chains regarding processing for the basic mic processing into Zoom or Teams or one of those meeting softwares? Any common approach or bespoke only? And he's looking for advice perhaps from Mickey.
Yeah, definitely bespoke, case by case basis. You'll use similar tools for each, a little bit of compression, a little bit of EQ, but the settings, there's no one size fits all.
Next question.
John Merrill in Phoenix, Arizona. Any recommendations for a MIDI interface between PC and a lighting board?
I don't think we have I think we have any of our lighting specialists here. This is why we need more people to join the panel. We got to have everybody join the panel. If Talak was here, he'd probably have a good answer for this. So but we're without Talak, and and I think Jonas left too. And I think those are the two that would probably have it. So we'll have to, if you see one of those two in our group, ask that question again. Next question.
Chris Widener of Lafayette, Indiana says, any recommendations for a Speak 710 to make it sound less flat? We have 5 of them and we're using some for board meetings and they just sound hollow.
Well, and that can be also a function of the, this is like a little speakerphone. So speakerphones generally sound hollow. They sound horrible because they're speakerphones. Like they're speakerphones. They all sound bad. Unless you're going to spend real money, like when you spend $15,000 or more for an array of speakerphones that go into it, it might sound okay, but that's about as good as it's going to get. Go ahead, Mickey, and then Leo.
Yeah, you know how in this meeting we recommend that everyone have in-ears on, so that you don't have to utilize Zoom's built-in echo cancellation. With a speakerphone, it's doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even like, to put it in perspective, we don't like people to be more than 3 inches away from a radio quality mic in the show. So that's we're the wrong person to ask, wrong people to ask. We're like, speakerphones are not acceptable for anything. Go ahead, Leo.
I think the situation is that we've become accustomed to better quality, and it's like when you move between, if you were doing a lot of stuff on Skype, say 5 or 6 years ago, and then you went back to actually picking up a phone, and you went, how have I ever used to use this for so long? And you've just become more and more attuned, same as when you move from AM to FM radio. And I think the thing is, on a lot of it, there is a path that are following us, and they're bringing in these speakerphones, and they've been using them in an office environment where you have it in a meeting room. And when people go back to that meeting room, they'll be going back and they'll be going, hold on, I've been listening to people in really good quality at home, and now I'm going back in a room and you sound flat. And I think that's going to be the problem.
The best part of this whole, it's been a tragic situation, but one of the silver linings across the whole thing is that executives got to hear what their conference room sounded like, which is, there are so many of us that would just sit here. You just you'd see us, all of us, like looking down, just trying to concentrate on trying to figure out what they're saying because the echo is so bad. And these are in Fortune 5 conference rooms, just are almost unintelligible sound. And it's been like that for a decade. It's embarrassing. And so like in my company, if there were 3 of us in the room, like 3 of us in the call, everyone would go to separate rooms, or we'd sit around a table and literally mute and unmute, talking, each one of us taking our turn into it, but no speakerphones. No, next question.
Original 9 VP London, UK says, does the Unreal Zoom VP setup we are going to learn also work with Teams?
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Well, the short answer is it depends. If you're pumping it back out through an Atem Mini or whatever, Teams won't care because it's just coming in as a USB. If you Teams, on the other hand, can be told to ignore virtual cameras, so you have to be, and that's a function of the admin person. You can't undo that yourself.
You go, Nick. Nick, we can't hear you.
Sorry, had to find my unmute button. In theory, yes. Basically, I use Unreal and feed it into Teams and Zoom and Skype and anything else because I'm feeding my output from Unreal into an Atem Mini, and it shows up to the computer as a USB. You can do something similar with NDI because you can output from Unreal as an NDI feed, and NDI has a tool that basically makes that feed look like a virtual camera to the computer. So it is possible. We won't directly be covering like getting this into Zoom. We'll be building the sets. We'll be working with videos and stuff. But the answer in general is yes.
So we made it. the producers did a great job of filling in the gaps there, asking some great questions and keeping this thing moving down the path. It's now 8 o'clock. What we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break. So from 8 to 8:15, we'll do mic checks with the educators, and we'll give everybody a moment to stand up, stretch their legs. This is a long day, and if we don't get our little breaks, it'll be difficult. So we'll be going from 8:15 until 9:45 with educators. So anyway, 15 minutes. Go ahead and do the mic checks, and then also if you're an educator, go ahead and raise your hand, your digital hand in Zoom, and we'll bring you in and get you set up. All right, thanks.
All right,
Nikki, can you drop me down to? Can you drop me back out, and I'll come back in. I'll come back for Unreal later.
Sounds good, Leo. I'll do.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey. Hey everyone. Please put your first name, last name, and location here in Zoom. And on the meters, same as usual, our goal is to hit -24 LUTs on the short term. That is the number on the upper left-hand side of the meters. Let's start off with Dan Huber, and then Aaron Graham afterwards.
Just as I was renaming myself, you caught me. Morning, all. Pile microphone into a Tech Rise, into a Mac Mini, and I am floating somewhere right around 25, 24.
Yeah, give us a dB or two up, Dan.
You got it. Two up. Now I'm checking again, and how do I sound? Better? Little bit.
Yeah, I think you're about there. That's a good check. Thank you, Aaron, and then Chris Clark.
Good morning from Boston, where it's 40 degrees after being 60 for the past couple days. So that's a little bit of a difference. Hope it comes back soon.
That's a good check. Thank you, Chris, and then Tony Mobley.
Good morning from Tempe, Arizona, where it's lovely, but will get hotter as the day goes on. I think I'm in the ballpark. What does it look like to you, Mickey?
Just give us a tiniest nudge down, Chris. But yeah, you are indeed in the ballpark.
Thank
Tony,
you.
And then Emily Rousseau afterwards.
Great to be here.
Hello. Tony Mobley here, coming in on a Pile mic using the Atem Mini Pro into the M1 Mac Mini.
Nice. Could you give us 2 clicks down on that gain adjustment on the Atem?
It is a cooler day here in metropolitan Atlanta, but the sun is shining extremely bright.
Right. Maybe 1 more click down, Tony. Let's move on to Emily and then Steve Cutton afterwards.
Good morning from Red Hook, New York. Hi, everybody. Sorry I missed you last week. Looks like I'm back and I'm okay. Didn't touch anything, so hopefully it's the same.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you very much, Steve, and then John Idelson.
Good morning from the Bay Area. I'll be talking about this level. Looks like I'm down just a little bit.
Yeah, bump up 3 or 4 dB.
Yeah, and how's that? I'll bump it up just a little bit and talk. Well, that looks like it's a lot lower than what it is. Let me move it up again a little bit more. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, I'll be talking about this level and talking about, all kinds of great things that are happening in the classroom today. Is it still down? Still down just a little bit?
Do you have virtual sound turned on at the moment?
I do. Maybe that's the culprit there. Sorry, I usually take it off. Maybe, does that make it sound just a little bit better? Now
It's
it looks like I'm a
too
little hot now.
Yeah, so 2 or 3 dB
Okay.
back down.
Okay. All right. I'll take it down there, and it looks like we're just right in the ballpark right there right now.
Another 2 dB down, Steve.
Down. Okay. All right. We'll talk about this level, and this is about the level that will be today. So it looks like we're right there, right around -24.
Yes, sir. That is a good check. John Idelson and then Michael Ball afterwards.
Greetings from an undisclosed location in Northern California, and I'm on a lavalier microphone as my food chain directly into the USB adapter, and I seem to be a little bit low. So
Yeah,
let me
bump
see
up
if
2
I
or
can
3
bump
dB.
that up. Let me see if I can make that happen.
Are you
Yes,
on Wi-Fi at the moment, John? At your
unfortunately, I'm on hotel Wi-Fi, and if that doesn't work, I may have too bad of a problem here.
It went up a bit too high. Go back down 2/3 of the way from the original level.
Okay, now I'm back 2/3 of the way of the original level from beautiful Northern California.
Yeah, another dB
Still
or
a
two
little
down.
hot.
Yeah, but you're in the ballpark there.
Well, I'm
Michael
getting
Ball?
so excited now. I'm just really waking up. This is my morning voice.
Copy that.
Beach party. It's Saturday. It's fun. Beach party, summer in the sun.
Another 2 dB down, John. Michael Ball?
All right. Good morning, everyone. Coming to you from San Francisco, where it is a little chilly right now, but it looks like it's going to be a nice day, and I'm looking forward to getting outside later today.
Just gives a tiniest nudge down, a dB down.
Tiniest nudge down on the mix
Yep.
pre, so let's hope that that slider moves in the direction that I want it to.
I think we're
Thank
about
you.
there. Thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna get the refill. Oh, Chad, what's up?
Little housekeeping note. Two things. First, welcome, educators.
Oh no, happy.
And go ahead.
I think
Mickey.
you froze for a second. I think you froze for a second there.
Dag nabbit. Educators, welcome. If you're not in Discord, your moment is sitting in Mukana. That's where the link is. It should be good for about another 24 minutes. Also, to original 9 VP, I put a link to Nic's playlist for using NDI input and output in Unreal Engine. That should also satisfy the question that you posted. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, as usual, Chad.
I also tossed in the prep info inside of Mukana for those folks who haven't already got it. We've got 2 hours until that starts for the Unreal segment. And for those of you who don't have the earworm in your head, get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight.
This is our intermission. What do you call this? Entertainment.
Interstitial music.
There you go. It's good to see all my friends. Hi, Chris. Hi, Emily. Hi, Aaron. Hi, Steve. Who am I missing? John Idleson's here, and then Michael. By the way, Nic had done a few sessions related to Unreal last year, and he put up the playlist that I posted. That was awesome. That was a huge help. I got to explore and play and just figure stuff out. And I cannot recommend enough what's going to go down later on today. It's probably just going to blow your mind. And hello, Tony, even though Tony's been on the panel more than just the education panel, so I almost mistook you for just a regular.
Tony definitely has that school principal look today.
It looks a little like he's coming from the district office to me.
That's what I was saying. I had that look a number of times. I was sent to the principal's office. I was a troublemaker.
Tony, is that a Fitbit?
I think it's Easter weekends. Tony's outfit is traditional Easter weekend garb.
This is my lookalike John Idelson shirt.
There you go.
Yeah, my wife approves, Tony. My backdrop is 1960s hotel curtains. I think I'm going to see if that's
I
the new
thought that
standard.
looked a little Holiday Inn.
My wife said if this was a Holiday Inn, it would be very lowly rated.
A 2-star Holiday Inn.
It does have a kitchenette, so I was thinking earlier I'd aim at the kitchen for prep for the evening cook, but the kitchen is such a mess even in this little hotel.
Are you on the road somewhere, John?
I am on the road, set out of the Bay Area.
Did you fly or did you drive somewhere? I'm just curious as to.
We're not flying yet. We have vaccines. In fact, we were with our CERT. We were helping do 500 vaccines on last Wednesday. So we still double mask, only travel in our car.
You know, considering there's nothing wrong with being extra careful.
John, since you're out,
with my
I was
son.
gonna ask you to pick up some milk, and I think we're out of cheese, and if eggs are always a. Sorry.
They didn't even have coffee cups in this room. We had to go down to the lobby to get them. Very distressing. Yeah, my wife says, "What's this sweet thing?" Just set up the computer. That's why I couldn't do it.
I love
my
that you
nephew
get
and his wife over for Easter, and they both work in healthcare, so they were vaccinated long ago. And my wife and I are also vaccine effective. This is the first time that we've been able to get together in a year, and so it's remarkable. It's a nice feeling to be able to even get a little of that. We're going to go into the backyard and sit and chat, but we can hug each other, which is really it's a lovely thing to be back to.
Yeah, one of my colleagues is having a birthday next weekend, and I think she was able to say that everyone who's attending will have had at least one, and most of us will have had our second shot by then, which is a remarkable feeling. And as of this week, everyone in my immediate circle at least has an appointment, which really does change your stress level, even though you don't necessarily realize it at the time.
I think a lot of that was covert until the pressure's off. You didn't realize how much pressure you were shouldering.
I've been in those hotels, John, and it always fascinates me that we use a styrofoam cup that has been wrapped in plastic for my protection. So we now doubled our, anyway, it's just, it.
The protection I need here is my wife just spilled the coffee on me, so.
Sharing. You look good in coffee.
That's right.
I just hope John got an efficiency so he can join us tonight for the office hour cook-off.
No, we're scheduling our travel, so we'll be back in time to set up the kitchen.
You set the bar pretty high last week. I saw some of those behind the scenes shots, man. What, 6 cameras?
No,
3 iPhones?
Only 2 cameras, but one of them was a PTZ with 8 presets.
And
not that we have overachievers in this group.
The important part was the food good?
Oh, I'm still enjoying it. In fact, the reason I'm joining up for this is the only way I get food that's off my diet list. You know, and I have suggestions of what I like.
This group, I'm going to be disappointed if nobody sets up a jib in their kitchen.
Oh, Bill, the gauntlet's been thrown. I've got a 4-foot.
All right, MoCo, motion control, robotic arm with a camera.
I'm just worried that we're not going to be able to keep up with Ken's kitchen in England.
Oh, yeah, that one's going to be rough.
So I got teased 2 days ago. I'm about 5 miles too far south to get my vaccine along with the financial sector employees.
Oh, the geographic barrier.
Missed it by that much.
It'll come pretty fast. They're rolling out fast.
Yeah, they just turn on everything for our state next week. And I got my second shot on Thursday.
I've also heard that you need to hang on to the
yes.
The thing. The goofy part is it's a photocopy with somebody with little, crayon,
Mine wasn't a photocopy.
Mine was like Autotopia at Disneyland. It zigs and zagged on a fairground.
Mine was an index card basically, or at least that weight, with a sticker attached.
Yeah, and, signed in crayon.
Ooh, a sticker.
Mine was an ink pen, but it was 3 initials.
Mine was official cardstock, but then Then New York State issued an app. So now I have a QR code to get into venues and other places to prove that I've been vaccinated.
I want an app like that. I want a vaccine passport, not just for COVID, but for all my vaccines.
Papers, please.
Well, I want it because I want to keep track of it myself.
Yeah.
I want to know what I've been vaccinated for. And Sky used the fade to black the manual way. I like it.
Yeah, big piece of Duvetine. And that was a tie?
No, it's somebody's cheap version of the original piece of mask thing. I don't know. It's like a sock with holes in it.
Interesting. It doesn't seem to do a very effective job of covering both nose and mouth, I will say. Little thin there.
But allows me to fade to black quickly.
The bikini version.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? Anything new? Did we have any for the educators? Usually how we've gotten into using these starting. Is there anything, any new developments that are exciting that have changed over the last week? Nothing, pretty much all the same. What are the current challenges that are my son rebelled. He this week I guess the teachers did, because they're getting ready to all go back to all in person after there's a spring break next week, and then after that in our school district it's all back to in person for the kids. And the teachers, I guess, had an in-service day so they had an in-service day, but they still ran Zoom classes, at the same time. And my son just, we found out later, because of course we got the email, that he just didn't go. He's like, if they're not going, I'm not going. And I think he tried to say that first. He tried to say that he didn't get it, but he took it pretty personally that they were taking, that should have been a day off, and he didn't get it. And so, and he hates Zoom. And so I will say that as a student, my daughter was fine with it. Okay. He hated it. So he just didn't bother to go. So that's what we're dealing with. Go ahead, Emily.
Well, we were on spring break this week, but right before spring break, they told our districts a couple of our districts are going back 4 days in person, but people can remain remote. So they decided that all the teachers needed in-service on how to teach simultaneously to the kids at home and the kids in the classroom. So the entire anxiety ball that was what happened this summer before we went back happened all over again for these teachers. And I was like, you've been doing it. You're going to be okay. You just have to run both at the same time, which is a little, it's heavy, but you can do it. You guys have been doing it. And they're just nutballs right now. Just complete nutballs.
It's kind of like we took the thing that you knew how to do, and then we made it completely different. And now we're going to make it way harder. Like, this is like the next level up in complexity. I mean, it is. I mean, you have to admit, hybrid will be difficult, more difficult than virtual, I think, so it'll be a challenge. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah. A bunch of people this was our first week back from spring break, but it's been it's sort of increasingly clear that the default plans are going to be much more in person in the fall, which I think a lot of people are looking forward to. But there's still all this open questions about implementation details and what it looks like for most of the larger classes on campus. But I did hear that the university has been pretty religiously following the state and county Department of Public Health, which currently sets a cap at 200 people for any sort of single in-person event. And so there's a pretty good hope that if things improve by the fall, that we could just keep increasing the number of classes that are online. But at the same time, we've heard that they've been making really good improvements over the past year. So while most of us have been away, we have a whole bunch of staff that have been decking out classrooms. They've got some PTZ cams. I don't know what they're using yet in terms of hardware for the actual new capture devices, but they've upgraded more than 100 classrooms in the past year, which is really cool.
Go ahead, Chris.
It seems to me that as teachers and others return to the classroom, we're being faced with the equivalent of having had a stroke and survived it. We didn't realize that we were going to have to go into rehab for many weeks. And rehab is a lot of hard work. and uneven as to how much progress you're going to be able to make from the state you were in when you were half paralyzed or whatever. So there's kind of there was optimism that we're going to return to normal, that the solution to all of our discontent was returning to the classroom. And all of a sudden, the return to the classroom isn't the return to the glory days that we remembered and imagined before COVID. It's returning to a rehab version of the classroom that's, as you said, Alex, is a lot of hard work and has some of the disadvantages of virtual and some of the disadvantages of face-to-face under the present conditions, and with the changing advice that we're getting and guidelines we're getting from each state governor and each announcement from the CDC. So in a way, it's an uncomfortable time for everybody.
Right.
And again, there's uncertainty about how long the discomfort is going to last, or how much of what I'm feeling is uncomfortable is going to pass, and how much of that is going to be part of the new normal. So everybody wants to get out of rehab sooner than they're ready.
Well, I think that I think that the tricky thing that I'll keep on coming back to is that, there is the hybrid will be rough. The problem is going all the way back to in person. Now that we've lurched forward, there's a lot of investment going into online, and going back to the way it was is probably the biggest liability to school systems as we know them, colleges, K through 12, everything going back to in person, because that's not the future. And so that, going back to that puts them in an extremely fragile place where there's a lot of movement going somewhere else. And that's going to be difficult and I know that that's what they want to do, but it's going to put them in a position that is not advantageous. Nic, and then John.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of, blanket directives, like we need to have X% of your classes need to be in person now going forward. We're going back, I'm teaching a course in Python programming this summer, and I could do this way better from here in the basement of my home and then in a classroom. I mean, in the classroom is it's always been an ineffective place to teach computer programming, honestly. And so luckily I was able to argue my case and prevail, but it's definitely interesting how they were getting big blanket orders from administrative levels, higher administrative levels, and where a nuanced response or nuanced shift is really what's more appropriate.
I know in the event world, there's a lot of people that are very concerned that if it lasts much longer, that they'll never go back. That's the thing is that people will never go back to the physical world. I did an informal, it's not scientific, but it actually, but an informal thing on Twitter just to ask, hey, when the offices open up, would you like to work 100% from home? Would you like to work 100% at the office? Would you like to work mostly at home, some office, or mostly at the office, some home? So that was I could only give you 4. And I think that I don't think I had a lot of prejudice in those questions. It's just flat out questions that ask it. The results were work from home, 100%, 28%. Work from office, 100%, 3.1%. Mostly home, some office, 51%. Mostly office, some home, 17%. So what we ended up with is about 20%, 21% that wants to work at 100, mostly or all at the office. 80, almost 80%. Now, the reason that this is interesting is that my informal poll matched the Harvard study almost identically within the range of error. So it is, it probably is, we're probably getting pretty close to that cross section. That is a incredible change in attitude, and that's in the workplace. But it's an interesting. It means that things are going to get interesting. John, and then Rupert.
So those of us in higher ed will know that scheduling classrooms and who owns the classroom, whether it's the admin who schedules it or the individual department, is a major battle. And then who gets the quality classrooms with the new projectors and all the scheduling sequences. So the feeling that I get, we're going back to semi-normal, is that faculty members are now concerned, will they get the classroom they want? Or now there's been a classroom that was a bad classroom, but they upgraded it because they had funds. Now they want to go to a good classroom. But the real question is, the junior faculty always got the 8 o'clock classes and the Friday classes because that's when the space was available. We had a constrained number of physical classrooms. With Zoom, we no longer have that constraint. It's a scheduling issue because you can't overbook your students. You can't have everybody who's going to take classes at the same time. But it completely changes the scheduling paradigm if we don't have to be limited to the physical.
No longer constrained by time and space. Rupert, and then Michael, and then Dan.
Yeah, I think my point's basically already been made, but I was just thinking about the terminology and the language around it. Getting back to something is literally like going backwards.
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, well, what John says is absolutely true. I've been trying to schedule rooms in the fall for my exams because this actually is the largest thing that I have to deal with, and they haven't opened up the tool yet. But what you were saying, Alex, though, about the survey also informally as well really aligns with the sort of what we've seen with students. And at Berkeley, in computer science at least, we have, I don't know, 5,000 students a semester across all courses. And most of them in sort of pre-pandemic times have been, recorded, very little attendance requirements, and mostly on, just turn in your work. And there tends to be 20 to 30% of students who really need that time in lecture and that structure to come to class. And so one of the things that we're thinking about is, even as we do want to leverage, online and have, the freedom to schedule things and not worry about rooms, which has been super helpful. How do we make sure that, that 30% really do have their needs met as well? Because that, for them, that can be a huge difference.
Well, and we're seeing that here too. I mean, what I will say is that the lab time, the Raspberry Pi was kind of an opening for that, but we're doing more of that, where we're going to do it today with Unreal, where that lab time is still important. That structure is still something that's interesting. And I think that people do need that discussion. I firmly believe that one of the big failures of most of the online learning is this idea that everything will be asymmetrical. That there is no need for the symmetrical connection that's inefficient. I think that you can do a lot of things that are asymmetrical. Like I don't know if I'll ever watch a lecture again, like watch one in real time, like live. I'm not interested in live lectures anymore because I realized that I'm so used to, like, I got invited to a Nuke/Netflix that did a great, incredible color management talk that they did live. But I didn't go to it. Why? Because I saw it was going to be on YouTube. And I was like, if it's going to be on YouTube, I can watch it at 2x. And why would I, like, as soon as I knew that I was going to get access to a recording that I could accelerate, I was like, I'm not watching that. I'm not going to watch that in real time. Come on now. And I think that for lectures all should be, if you're going to do a long lecture, I think that you need to just record it. Even if it's just you recording your lecture to let people speed up, then you can go through some of it. But really it's the discussion. If you're going to have everybody there, have all those brains thinking at the same time, it's the discussion that drives it forward. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, everybody pretty much covered it, but I'm not surprised by those percentage about going back to work. I mean, you work all day and then you come home and a lot of times you're still working anyway. So people have worked around those hours better. And as far as the school, I mean, we have already had mirrored classrooms where we have campuses in Ruskin and in Erie, and the teacher that might be really good in physical therapy, or whatever in Florida could teach to the kids there. So we've already been prepping those classrooms for that kind of move. And I think that's just more of it. And like you said, lectures, they should just all be recorded with
well, and I think that the thing that we want to look at is also the trickle down. With everyone working apart, it means that the professional training is going to be more and more online because everyone's going to be spread out a lot further. And so they're not going to want to go into like Salesforce or even Apple and Google, they have these classrooms. They would teach you things. And now that the workforce is so distributed, that technology is going to accelerate very fast. As far as what's available to them, that becomes more useful in university. That trickles down into K through 12. Because of those things. And so I think it's going to be really interesting. Again, we're not going back. Next question.
Actually, the first one we've run into today, Nick Justitian of Philadelphia says, I'd like to enable high school teachers and students to get into Unreal Engine as a tool set for teaching and learning coding concepts, STEM, digital arts, and so forth. Any recommendations as to how to effectively reach a broad population in the hopes of connecting with the few that this would resonate with?
Go ahead, Emily.
Definitely ISTE, contacting ISTE or presenting at ISTE and showing how it can be used with the high school students or middle school, high school, and what it's going to promote for them as far as like how is it connected and overview of what it is. So like a presentation at ISTE would be your best bet, even if it's a poster board session. Which is they're doing it virtually again this year in June. So I think they're still doing calls for presentations. And then the other thing is, at least in New York State, contacting BOCES model schools. And I will get you information on that. But that is all of the BOCES in New York, which provide services to everyone outside of New York City. And they do model schools. So they do the coding, they do the STEM, they do everything. That's what I do. So it trickles down to me from there, like, hey, there's this opportunity. Are you interested in bringing it to the teachers that you work with? So that would be a larger group for the state of New York to get it to funnel down to the teachers that you're looking for.
Tony, and then Michael, and then John.
I would reach out to the Boys and Girls Clubs and the YMCAs. They have extended programs for after-school activities for students, and most of them have relationships with the schools that are in their local neighborhoods. There's a symbiotic relationship between the YMCA's, Boys and Girls Clubs, and after-school programs, and that would be a great fit.
I have, for the last 20 years, when I'm getting graphics into different schools, I have focused on after school because it doesn't require curriculum, approval. And then what happens is that they become successful, and then people figure out a way to turn them into the curriculum, but it gives you kind of have you can freewheel a lot more, and you don't have to deal with all the restrictions and weight of a typical system. Go ahead, Michael, and then John.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're looking at starting, thinking about building curriculum, especially with something graphical, is iterating on assignments where they're hopefully small teams, pairs, whatever might seem appropriate for a classroom, but leave them, open-ended but scaffolded such that what the project students work on are something really personal to them. I mean, I don't want to say it's trivial, but it's almost trivial to get younger kids interested in building, a game of some sort, but even just, having some set of examples or directions that lets them either, model, animate something relating to their community. Those are the things that start to get students, really, really engaged in just working on the assignment. And then beyond that, I think, open-ended assignments, my preferred approach is to do something like that for the first couple of years and really see what different groups come up with, and then sort of take some of those ideas and structure them a little bit more such that kids really starting out who just don't know where to start have smaller and smaller activities that they can jump into. And then after that, you just sort of widen the set and the diversity and the different types of activities that you have to attract people, and you let them sort of pick and choose. But that takes a lot of time to get to.
John Middleton.
In California, there are actually standards for the visual and performing arts. So one thing would be to look at what your curriculum has and see how it matches specifically those standards. And following on what Emily was talking about, ITSE is a national organization, but Florida, Nevada, California have their affiliates for ITSE. In California and Nevada, it's Q. But the other place I would go is there are groups of educators that are technologically inclined working with companies. Discovery Education has their DENS, Discovery Education Network. Apple has its Apple Distinguished Educators, and Q has their, Google, Emily, what are they? Google, what's the former Google group?
You're breaking up a little bit, John.
Yeah.
Was that Udemy?
But anyway, those groups, what's that, Nick?
Were you referring to Udemy?
The DENS was Discovery Educational Network. These are educators who use the programming. Distinguished educators are active in using Apple tools. And I think Microsoft has a similar sort of educator network. So I'd reach out to the leaders of those groups because they could identify teachers that could help you promote it. But connecting to the standards will help. And I know there are parts of the California art standard that would apply to, the graphics technologies that you're talking about.
And one of the things that one of the big things that I focus on, obviously, is demos. So the current demo that I've been playing with, talking to Paul. So I'll just give you guys a little bit of an update on my little project. So this is a 3D model built from photographs at Goat Rock in Bodega Bay, and you can see that I can zoom in on it. Now you can imagine if I was talking about geology, I may want to circle a couple things here. Talk about this, talk about how this came down over here, what this means here, drawing across, all of these things. This is kind of a way for me to break down the image that I'm looking at as if we're studying geology, and I can back up a little bit. And obviously we build it out to be a little bit more complete. This is my first little try, but we can talk about what made, what created this and how does this work? And the reason that that's interesting, kind of the approach that I take on a lot of those things is, I have someone who knows something about that. So like I did that. They said, "Oh, that's great, but I need 20x macro, on the rock." And I was like, 20x macro, like I hadn't thought of that. So I got it around here somewhere, but I got a case for my phone that will do 20x on my phone, 20x macro on my iPhone. So what I'm going to work on is then working with someone who knows something about that subject matter. He now is underlining what I need. Like if I showed that to geologists by itself, it looks cool, but they don't, they're like, but it doesn't have this, this, and this. And so then I go in and I'm going to find one area. I'm going to model it higher res. I'm going to, get pictures that are 20x macro that you can pull up from those areas. The goal is to customize it in that one area and where that trickles through is that someone sees it. You start doing a geology thing, like when we do it with Paul, a whole bunch of geologists are going to look at it, because they're going to, this is way above what they're normally used to showing. We add, SRT backhauls, into AWS, with their ability to manipulate that, with their telestration, with all of those other things that are adding on to it into an event. What you want to do is start sparking people's, just do a demo that it sparks people's imagination. And what I just showed you, Nick, of course, that you could do that in Unreal, like that. In fact, that's probably where it'll end up, is Unreal, as far as visualizing it, although it may end up in, some kind of AR creator, or that kind of thing. And so, building those specs, and doing something that just gathers people to, to that process it's not the replacement for what everybody else said, because what they're talking about combined with what we're talking about. Like, for instance, there's a whole bunch of people who now are having me do stuff for them, and they just go, well, we just want something like office hours. This is what we built that example here. Like we just want it to be like that. Like, how do we do that? And so, so those are the kind of things, but demos combined with all of the avenues that were outlined here, I think would be pretty useful. Next question.
Aaron Graham from Boston, and the panel here says, should students learning remotely be given a choice about turning their cameras on? Are there times when it's deemed appropriate to keep them off?
Yeah, go ahead, Emily, and then Michael.
I have strong opinions about it. But I think that the more that I've been looking at the black screens when I do mini lessons with the students in middle school and high school, coming up with something that engages the students to turn their cameras on. So if they set up and feel comfortable and want to turn on their camera to participate, I think is really important. So if you do, like I did a this and that, the TikTok thing that all the kids are doing where they'd like put up like two things in the corner that were opposing and the kids would choose a side, like soccer or football, and the kids would all lean to one side. We started doing that live in the G Meets and the Zooms, and the kids would turn their cameras on to do that. And we do it as part of attendance. I think if you're having a critical discussion at the edge, like at the high school level, when we have back and forths and discussions and things like that, I think if you're arguing a point, and I said it to the kids, like you just have a little more weight if your camera's turned on than if you're just a voice talking out of the void. And some of the kids have heard that. And so they'll set up so that they're not in their bed, or they'll find a place in their house that isn't, crazy. So give them the pointers of like, find a blank wall and not have a TV in the background, like showing off how awesome you are because you have a TV in your bedroom and, whatever. And just kind of keep it simple. So like, don't sit so that you're in the witness protection program and, do these things, find a place. There's got to be one place in your house. And if you can't, because 5 other kids are taking classes at the same time as you, and you can't turn on your microphone for very long without getting a lot of background noise or stuff like that, acknowledge that that's okay. And then maybe next time we can talk and have them putting it into words. So setting up that back channel on the chat, I think is really important. And I think we just need to give grace, but it can be so defeated. You can feel defeated as a teacher staring at a blank wall of Zoom screens and talking into the void. And you can also not have that sense of community with your students. So I think honestly, the more you provide those opportunities for them to engage at a comfortable level, the more comfortable they become with looking at themselves and others on screen. The middle school and high school kids, and I don't know for your younger kids if it's the same thing, a lot of them are concerned about, getting screenshot with them making a face like they're describing something and it's that one weird face, like it's like, you're like in the middle of saying something and someone screenshots it and then they make it into a meme, and the kids are all worried about that. But honestly, I haven't seen a lot of that happening, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. So, being considerate of that for the students and their concerns, I think goes a long way.
Good. Michael?
Yeah, this is something that, and with college age students, I definitely feel this similar way where, in a big classroom, I don't personally as the instructor feel too much of a difference between when people have their screens on and off, but there's definitely when I get a group of students to have their cameras on, there's definitely like an engagement and a participation that is there, and a presence that they seem to have in the meeting. I think that's just one of the bigger things, is trying to communicate with them what they can gain by treating it as something that they're showing up for, trying to minimize the multitasking that we're all doing like 5 times as much of, because people are not necessarily around to see that we're not paying attention. But at Berkeley, what we've really sort of found is, the more that we can encourage people rather than require it, the better it works out. We had a really actually ended up being a quite tense discussion in my pedagogy class at the beginning of the semester, where one class is having a policy where attending the sections is optional, but if you attend the section, your camera should be on, unless you sort of make some or you let the TA know why. And they got a lot of pushback from that, but I think the TAs themselves trying that have had a lot of good experience where students, because the class or the section itself is optional, they don't always have to show up, but when they do, it's because they really want to be there.
Right.
And changing that dynamic is super helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan, and then Steve.
I think Zoom is really going to open up all of that with that announcement about the SDK. And I know there's lots of add-ons to Zoom, and I just think that they could do a host only being able to view the students and no one else being able to view the students mode, and even if that was just controlled. So that's what I think.
Yep. Steve.
Yeah, in our university, we've made it sort of mandatory. If you're there in the class, in order to take attendance, you have to be seen. And there's a little controversy with some of the students on that, but I think it's important that the teacher build that community with the students and to build that engagement with the students. And hey, this is fun. We're going to have fun and to keep it light. I can't imagine Michael's issue with having hundreds of people in a lecture room. You're going to have a lot of blank screens, and it might soften it. But if you have a small class of 12, 15, 20, having those blank dots, and just the blank screens, it's a little frustrating, I think, on the teacher's part. So it's part of the teacher to build the engagement and to try and make it fun for them to participate and to be there for it. But we make a policy: if you have the blank screen, you'll be counted absent on it. And we got a little bit of pushback on it, but I think it's moving forward in that direction, and I think it's a good direction.
I don't know whether it was good or bad. When I was doing visual effects classes, there were someone asked, like, do we have to come to class? And I said, no, you don't have to come to class, except I'm not, I'm going to cover everything that you're going to be tested on in class. I'm not going to give you very many things to take home. So if you don't come to class, you won't see it. And 30% of your grade is class participation. So, and 20% of your grade is your final. So just make sure that we're all in the same, that your class participation was way more important. Everybody showed up. It was it, and I think that there's, I always try to figure out, how am I going to create a carrot as opposed to a stick? I don't want to tell you to do something. I want to create an environment in which that is the best way to do that. Where you're choosing to do that because I've created an environment that makes that worthwhile. And so since I'm not doing it, I'm doing it here. I let a whole bunch of people turn their cameras off. There's 150 people right now that have their cameras off. So it's, I do want to only have the folks in front of me that are active. Go ahead, Chris, and then Bill.
I wanted to suggest a middle ground between a black screen and camera on, which is a photo, an image of yourself that might be less threatening to the student, but gives the teacher a reminder of who's there, who they look like at their best. And certainly that's a half step toward turning on the camera for interactive participation, but one half step at a time.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that there'd be a huge number of students if they had created take a small fraction of the money they spent on plexiglass and bought good cameras and lights and a background for every kid so they could just be in their space and everything else. There'd be a lot that didn't want to come back because again, when you have control of your lighting and your camera and your audio to some degree, you generally look better on camera than you do in person. And so you'd have a lot of people kind of attached to it. I know that I feel at this point after a year, I feel somewhat uncomfortable in physical interactions. I'm much more comfortable in Zoom than I am I mean, I was always uncomfortable in physical interactions, but now I'm really uncomfortable in it. The idea of it is I don't know. Go ahead, Bill.
I wonder if somebody's missing an opportunity here to do a serious research study on the correlation between body position and engagement in any kind of learning circumstance, because now that people can be at home and turn their cameras off, it is so simple to just say, well, I'm going to hit the couch and lie down and listen to this. And I know my personal circumstances are, if I'm listening to something on Audible and I lie down, it's like Sominex. 99% of the time I start drifting away. And without any feedback on visually the position of the learner and where they are and what physical aspect they're in, I think you lose more people. That's just my gut feeling. And that's why I'd like to see some statistics and somebody do a real serious, I mean, the office furniture people should be all over that and say a good chair or a good something. These are the modes of physical presence that keep you engaged.
I think that if I thought I was going to be able to listen to class, then I feel like it should be recorded. If it's a lecture, again, I feel like I should just get the recording. I can listen to it while I'm doing the dishes. Go ahead, John.
So with so many people doing Zoom meetings, there was a passive aggressive group that let their managers know they weren't happy with the meetings. So they replaced their photos with frowning, very unhappy photos. And at a certain moment, they all went to that picture. So all the managers saw were these angry photos of people. The message got across.
Go ahead, Michael, and then Steve.
That's pretty funny. I think to Bill's point, I haven't seen anything specifically, that broadly related to position and, sort of where however you're situated. But there have been various studies that do sort of show that, uh, your environment at least matters for attention and attendance, and that the cues that you set yourself up with, change how actively you're participating in something. And one of the dangers that I do know that students face is uh, that mode of listening can feel really comfortable, but it can become passive, especially if someone is a great lecturer in sort of the traditional sense of the word, or a great orator. Then you can just sort of sit back and enjoy them, but not actually be thinking about the content. And usually that means they could also probably be breaking things up into class. But the other challenges that I've seen too is that, lecture hall, while you're sitting in present, also means that the second you start to drift off, you have no way to sort of take a second and sort of, recompose yourself or get some water in the same way. And so I know a lot of students who will, be present in a class, but know that they have the advantage of stepping away for 30 seconds or a minute. And that's just really helpful too, because, they get to re-engage themselves after taking care of whatever else they need to.
Yeah. I know that my performance actually went up when I went to a parochial school for my junior, senior year. And my performance went up to some degree because at lunch I could go take a nap. I would go take a little nap, and then I go to the next class. And the fact that I could just stop for a second, and when I was in regular school, I couldn't do that. There was no place for me to go back to my dorm room, and just lay down for a second, and then come back to what I was doing. Go ahead, John. John Edelson, did you have Steve? Sorry, Steve.
Yeah. Well, what we're doing on the grad level classes is we're using the opportunity to kind of steer them to say, you're going to be using this Zoom and this technology for your future to get jobs and to react to the world and to do presentations and to get work. So it's also a subtle way to try and improve. We have ruthless reviews and say, hey, you got to get better lighting. Your audio's got to be better. And all that's carried through on the grad level. Undergrad, because you have dorm rooms and a lot of situations that, that you can't control. But the grads, they're working people for the most part. And, they've got an environment that they could set up. And so we encourage that and try and push that and try and up their game, because they're going to be using this. And so it becomes part of the, not want to say part of the curriculum, but part of the of what you're learning to use in the future.
I mean, if we just get back to, if you showed up in cutoffs and a ripped up shirt and flip flops, people aren't going to respect you, compared to someone who's dressed well. And I'm always amazed when I go into Zoom meetings where people don't take advantage of a small amount of investment can give you an undue amount of respect. You just, you don't have to have any. You need to have some substance at some point, but just looking really good on Zoom is takes you a long way. Rupert, and then Aaron.
Yeah. So just to Bill's point about office furniture, I recently went to one of these furniture.
And Rupert, you're breaking up.
Twice the size of IKEA. This place.
Yeah, it's we're frozen, and we heard a little bit of audio. Are you on Wi-Fi or wired?
Okay, I don't.
Are you
wired? Am I coming back now?
We can hear you. We can't. You're not moving. And if you're on wired, are you sure that I would make sure to turn Wi-Fi off on the computer. Make sure it's not prioritizing it. We'll come back. Aaron?
So to Bill's point, and the reason I put the question in the chat was, so I personally have a different view about cameras on and off just from my classroom. I have a lot of students who are super anxious, and they have many siblings who are at home who are in the background, and parents going back and forth. So I just kind of made the blanket rule of, you have to be at your computer, you have to be participating either in the chat or, unmuting, raising your hand. And if I ask to have you turn on your camera and within 60 seconds I don't see that, I have a template email that I send out to parents like, hi, just checking in. So-and-so doesn't seem to be at their computer. Is there anything I can help with? And usually right away the camera goes on. And I've only had to do that once this year. So they're always participating. They're always being a part of it. But I would think that while it wasn't like a study done or statistics, I know all my students are participating because I have like their Google Docs open and things like that that I can check in. But I can understand that, yes, sometimes it can get a little frustrating seeing all the black screens. But then again, their little avatars that they choose, it just shows more of their personality to me. So I learn more about them as they're, changing them at lunch or at snack. But I can understand, like for lectures or things where you have to have a discussion, I ask the students to turn their cameras on, and they're always much more willing to because I give them that option.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Rupert?
Let's try again. I'm not on Wi-Fi, so I'm not sure what's happening. But I was relating back to Bill's point about office furniture. I recently went to one of these furniture mega centers here in Dallas. This place is like twice the size of IKEA, or at least it feels that way. First time I've been there in a long time. And I was kind of interested to see what they had to offer now. You see mock bedrooms there and living rooms, all that kind of thing. They have an office furniture section and a few things, but they also have a big electronics section. So I thought these guys would be well primed to have, example setups of just for homeschooling, home working, but the place felt just the same. They didn't seem to be capitalizing on the opportunity there at all.
I think that there's a kind of an, I've been thinking about what you're talking about for a while, and I think that there is a alpha kind of, I don't know if you're familiar with alpha. Alpha is a, it's ELFA, I think is it, and it's a closet. They do closet organization, and what you do is it's all modular, and you measure out your closet, and then you go in and there's a little computer and you design where all your shelves will go and all the little things that pull out and all the things that'll hang. And there's like a consultant that does it, and then they charge you a lot of money, and then you get this thing in that transforms your life. like it transforms your like your closet, like you literally like tripled the size of your closet, the effective size of your closet. I mean, we haven't done it yet to this house. It's been but every other house that we've been in for, I don't know, 15 years, it was like we would reorganize it and then put an alpha in, and because it was just this luxury that we use all the time, right? Anyway, the reason I was thinking about that was because I think that there's an opportunity to say, hey, how big is your space? And like literally design a modular setup that is the perfect, like, would you like it to look like this? And and you can have all these little pieces of things that could be put behind you that you can design for that. And so I think that you could even make it modular where you could change it. So during the day, it looks one way, and during your meetings, it looks another. And there's ways to just snap on the things that you need for your meeting. Those kinds of things I think are coming, as people want to do that. Like, for instance, if you think about having a shelf, you could have some little things sticking out of the shelf, little metal pieces, and have a background that just snaps to it. And then it just snaps to that and just hangs out behind you. And then when you're done with that, you just pull it off and roll it up and put it away. Those kinds of things. Rupert?
Yeah, for that matter, it should become part of the real estate market. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1 office, 1 education room.
Yeah, absolutely. Next question.
Moving on, Rupert McCrae of Dallas, Texas says, any anecdotal evidence of public school teachers moving to private home education providers because that business is booming and well equipped for at home for the people that want it?
Not a lot of movement so far. Yeah, go ahead, Emily.
Since it's anecdotal, I've only had one teacher I know that's done that move. And the reason she chose to was she was already vested fully in the retirement system, and she didn't like the precautions that the school districts were not taking. And so she opted to go to one of those schools, and she likes it so far, and she's asking other people if they'd be interested. I don't know if they have some sort of referral fee. I'm sure there's some, because the way she talks about it, it's like a cult. But she's also enjoying it. Like, so she, she does have a nice home setup. She does, it's a different schedule as well, which is nice. Like, it's not a bell schedule. So it's, office hours, and I'm going to be teaching from this time to this time. You can sign up. And like, so for her, it works and it's interesting, but I think you won't see a huge migration because if you're invested in the school system, there's that fine line, right? So if you're in public education, once you get, depending on your state, if whatever your state's retirement system is, it's usually between 5 and 10 years you're vested in the system. Once you're vested in the system, you work until 26 or, whatever, 30. and then you get your full benefit package and everything else. Now in New York, the tier systems have been moving down. So like I'm a tier 6 teacher, which means that I don't get the same retirement as say a tier 1 or tier 2 teacher gets because the system is starting to fail. And those teachers have more incentive to stay than I do, even though I may be vested in the next 2 years. So I think that a lot of people are weighing those benefits because the benefit packages look really nice. Like they're offering 401ks and they're offering full benefit, like health benefits, just like the public education system. But I also think that it's definitely something teachers have to kind of like find that sweet spot. And so there's going to be a lot of teachers who won't take that offer because they're so close to being at the end of their tier.
Yeah, the folks that we're talking to they're targeting grad students. You know, they're interested in the getting them right brand new, you know, and you know, for in the online schools, which means they don't have as much experience, but they're going to adjust to something that's really new and not tell them constantly how it used to be. You know, so that's and to your point, they're not vested. Like they just feel like that's an uphill battle. It's easier to get them, you know, at 24 or whatever, you know, and then work on it. But the folks that we're talking to about it, that's what they're aiming for. Aaron and then Rupert.
So my district is one of the few districts in Massachusetts that is trying to start a remote academy in my district. So
this is inside the public school system.
Inside the public school system, yes. So it would be, so for right now, it's going to just be a program, like a part of the school system. So the students would still be a part of their home elementary schools. So they would still be like whatever their school is, but they would be a part of the remote academy. But they're going to look to, if this takes off, to make it more of a school of its own. Yeah. But I know that a lot of this, like I'm a part of the design team for it right now. So if it takes off and it goes forward, then you know some of the ideas that I have and other teachers have that taught remote this year will be able to be put into this academy. And it's very interesting to actually link it back to the survey that you spoke of before, that a lot of the teachers that want to do the remote academy want to stay home. They don't want to go into a separate space. So I thought that was an interesting link.
Well, and I think it's genius for a school system to provide just for the folks that want it, that want to stay remote, that they've learned that they want to do it. I think that's going to be a great way to gain retention among the teachers as well as the students, where they get to innovate in an area of like, how do we do this and how do we make that work? That's really smart. Rupert?
Yeah, so I guess to give some context around my question, I have an old friend who I hadn't talked to in a couple of years, and it occurred to me a couple of months back that, his wife works for one of these at-home education providers. Let's give him a call, see how they're doing. Called him up and say, hey, how's your wife doing? How's her business? Oh, and he was like, oh man, they're booming, you know? And so I've been thinking about since then, where are they getting the people? How are they finding the resources to meet the demand?
Well, and the thing to realize is that over time, it's not, you know, right now, I think there's a lot of limitations from state to state, but, you know, depending on what that looks like, you can grow and you don't have to all be, especially, at least you might be contained to the state, but you don't have to be contained to the city that you're in. You can have a cyber school. I know Pennsylvania's had a cyber school forever. That hasn't been that good because the technology wasn't where it is now, you know, Chris?
I think teachers who are curious or tempted by the private home education option ought to talk to Uber drivers and Lyft drivers to get a preview of some of the downside potentially of moving into essentially a more vulnerable kind of employee role.
Right. Yep. Next question.
Emily Russo here from Red Hook in the panel from the beginning, really. I'm exporting STEAM projects, so that's science, technology, mathematics with the addition of the arts. I have a bunch from high tech high and Twitter teachers that share. Anyone have any good ideas, resources, and so forth? Anyone's kids done anything fun?
You know, go ahead, Tony.
I think that the program that Ohio State University is offering for coding might be something you might want to look at. It's a SWIFT program and it's open to the public, and it might be something that you could integrate into your STEM program.
the thing that I've been thinking about a lot recently is really around the doingness of everyday things, but making them interesting and making them, digging into them, so figuring out how to solve problems. My kids solve problems in they have a maker space here. And my kids go to that all the time, and they're building all kinds of stuff and fixing things. And so, but I think that one of the things that Steam provides is the opportunity to bring us back to doing things every day that will probably affect our lives for the rest of our life more than most of what we learn in school. And I think, but applying science to it. So we get into this little cooking project that we're doing for the next 10 weeks. What comes after that is probably playing with science as it relates to cooking. Chris, and then Dan.
My granddaughter, who lives with us, high school student, has an engineering bent. She makes things and burns things and blows things up like Alex did when he was a...
We don't talk about that on YouTube. We don't talk about my childhood on YouTube.
It's a clean show, I know, but...
Yeah, exactly like that. So
but anyway...
Chris has too much information, so anyway.
Yeah.
I knew a lot about chemistry.
Wasn't he?
But my response to Emily's question is, there's a community of people who work backstage in theater productions, who build sets and paint sets and sew costumes and design costumes and do electrical wiring and so on and so forth. All kinds of things that are applied engineering and applied science. But I think they're a neglected community or subset of students who might well be enhanced in their status and their connection to the academic side of STEM or STEAM by being approached and in a sense becoming made TAs who show how the arts and some of the fun of creating things that turn out to look great from a distance in the theater when the lights go down are, they have their moment in the sun. So I think that's an untapped subset of the high school, middle school community that could be promoted.
Absolutely. Dan?
I was just going to say your Atem class was great. You're going to do it again. There's some really good, that Arduino idea.
Yep. Yeah, I think that the big thing is figuring out what, I always have, the math that you guys have heard me say 1,000 times, but, action equals possibility greater than circumstance. That is the math for everything that I do. That's the equation. And the delta between the possibility and the circumstance drives the velocity, and so when I think about it, I'm just thinking about how do I create something they really want to do, and then that people get excited about the possibility is bigger than whatever it is now, or you lower the circumstance. So if there's a big cliff to get into it, you got to figure out how to even that cliff out, or you have to make it so great they'll climb up it. Those are the two options. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I don't know if I have specific project ideas, but one of the things that STEAM as a concept that I really like is that whenever I'm doing certain kinds of creative projects, there's often a space or a use for building some programming into that environment. And one of the simple things that is, depending on how advanced you go, I guess various levels of programming, if no one cares to define the term, but things like Photoshop actions and workflows are a really good way to sort of start at one level of thinking about manipulating an image and then applying some actual practices of building your own applets or programs. Or I didn't have time to take yearbook, but I always would have been way more interested in a class like that, or newspaper, if I were the person who was doing some of the technical stuff in addition to flexing those creative skills, or photography class again. And so I think that there's a lot of tools where theater production being mentioned, where it's either automating lighting if you have some of the equipment, or just helping even build tools to manage a whole production schedule that you can find ways to pull in various aspects of whether that's coding or computer science or just even, some technical piece into a more traditional creative classroom?
I think one of the tricks is there's always this, there's always this speed bump like this. This is the thing that I'm always trying to figure out how to get through. So when we were doing the Raspberry Pi, when we're doing Unreal, when we're doing Resolve, it's getting over this because everyone just keeps on stopping here. This is a lot of fun. And it's getting this one piece is what I focus on a lot, is that once we get some people over it, then they can come back and pull other people in. But it is that hump is what kills everybody, everything. Like it's that little, like I can't get my head around how this works. And I feel like that's where a lot of companies don't put a lot of energy, and a lot of people don't put a lot of energy is, this is literally, that hump right there. This is where I spend 90% of my effort, is because I know that once I get you over here, you'll just start figuring it out. And it's kind of like with reading, getting to a point where you get to a certain, reading is like useless. And then there's this hump of getting up to where you can actually understand it. And then it's self-contained. Like it just goes from that point on. But getting over that hump where you can actually put one word together as a child is the part that's the hardest. And figuring out ways to make that simpler, I think for STEM is super important. Once they understand how to build something simple, they can keep moving. Sky.
Just recently been pondering about that kind of question, because oftentimes as a consultant, you would say 80% of the expense is the education of how to use the shiny new hardware thing that actually only costs 20% of the overall, reason you're getting that new piece of hardware. But they just get the new hardware and think that was the magic solution. Right. That's your hump. And again, why is that hardware the solution? Well, because somebody made a commission on it and they don't really care if you learn it or not.
Right. And it's short-term thinking, and it's a problem. This is an endemic problem in corporate, what I would call corporate education, which is your product, like Salesforce, for instance, has a 30-day free, a lot of people have 30 days for free. If I were a company, I would spend an enormous amount of resources on the experience of that first 30 days to make sure it's almost impossible for you. Number one is you'll be super excited about doing it, and it's super easy to use. And I'd only worry, like the other stuff is fine. You can work on the other training, but it's that first 30 days that, because we worked for Salesforce for a decade and we still couldn't figure out we'd download it. We'd play with it for a little while. And we're like, yeah, I still understand what I would do with this.
Well,
and that was our client. They're spending millions of dollars a year with us, and we just couldn't get over that hump. And we were streaming their educational courses and we still didn't understand it.
It's often the gym model, it's the subscription gym model. You don't have to go to the gym, but that $19.95 or $60 a month keeps coming out of your secretly out of your bank account. So
but
they don't really care.
But they don't because it's transactional. So they're thinking short term. Transactional marketing, transactional sales is I have a little box and then you give me this box and I give you that box and we're done. And it's transactional. It closes the loop all the time and it's super inefficient. What you want from someone who goes to a gym membership is for their friends to go, wow, like what happened? I started going to this gym. I figured out how to do all the things and now I'm in shape and blah, blah, blah. Whatever that is, whatever that is for someone, or they go to cooking classes and they come back and they start making the cool cooking things, and whatever that is, but figuring that out. And that might be like, it took me a little while to realize that I'm pretty sure that Breville, for instance, is a good example. I bought this espresso machine and figuring it out, I went up to YouTube and watched a whole bunch of videos that after a little while, I realized that I think Breville paid for. Breville didn't put it on the Breville site, but I was like, they're too similar. Like I started seeing the thread of how they're talking about it, but in their own voice, but in their own way. And there was a whole bunch of education until I felt like I knew how to use I felt like I knew how to use the espresso machine before I bought it, and I knew all kinds of things that I didn't know, like a dosing funnel. I now know what that is, and the little thing that the tamper that has us, I learned all these things. So not only did I buy that, I bought a whole bunch of other things so that I could play down with it.
Shiny. It's so shiny too.
Yeah. So, but the point is that they spent money on that. Like they didn't do it internally, but they gave influencers like, here's some money. Go do go talk about this. Go ahead, Chad.
I spent some time with my kids on little like Arduino projects and Raspberry Pi and Go. And one of the things that's really exciting is seeing when they actually get the idea of the interface between code and the physical world, sensors and servos and making things move. But not everybody has access to these boards and the technology. I posted a link in Mukana to an Arduino simulator. So you can go on and virtually design your circuit, your interface, all the things that are going to plug into the Arduino, put in your code, practice it, see it work on screen, and not have to have access to the hardware. So I hope that's useful.
No, absolutely. John and then Michael.
My academic career was following adoption of technology in teaching and learning. So Alex, I think your Telestrator is a game changer, as I talked about drawing. But in terms of following this historically, it took decades for the overhead projector to move from bowling alleys to classrooms. So it'll be really interesting to see how long it takes for a Telestrator to really take hold.
I seeing someone doing it on a Raspberry Pi got my head really turning, like, well, that would make it a lot easier. So that's what so one of our members, Val, I think, was doing it. He showed a Raspberry Pi version of it, and I was just like, it was a little clunky to start with, but I think he'll get it working. And I was like, oh, that's useful, in that realm. So, Michael.
Yeah. I've been meaning to send you messages in Discord about the Raspberry Pi thing, because I do think that would be super nice. But what I was going to say is, Breville definitely did send a bunch of coffee influencers to a house on that point. But the main thing about the speed bumps, the way that I think about this is, one of the reasons that I really love working and teaching new content is because with a small group is because you get to identify those speed bumps. And I think it is virtually impossible as, a teacher and someone who is expert in some field to know ahead of time where all the speed bumps are. Certainly you'll identify some of them, but I think that 90% is sort of the name of the game of, finding them and then iterating on the process of making them small. The two things that I think help me deal with them are trying to ask the question of whether or not, if it's something that someone needs to know or do, how can I either just sort of remove the issue entirely or work around it? Because not every detail is super important. And sometimes this includes helping students, if it's a conceptual thing, put off some understanding until later on. Like, you might think you want to know this right now, but it turns out that's actually a gigantic ball of yarn that will make more sense in a week. But the second thing then is, again, when we talked about sort of relevant projects, if that speed bump is preventing you from doing something that you're super invested in or that is relevant to you, then your motivation to get over the speed bump is 10 times higher. And that just means that you're 10 times more likely to actually make it over that speed bump. And so that can be really hard for certain kinds of intro content, or if you're trying to do some prerequisite with everyone. But one of the things that I love about open-ended projects is each student will encounter a significant different speed bump along the way, but their motivation to overcome those challenges is usually quite a bit higher because it's their own idea and their own project.
I go back to, like, the best learning drug in the world is adrenaline. Like, most of what I learn, I have to admit, I need a project to learn it. Like I need, and usually I need a deadline, and usually I have to do it in front of people. Like that's the, and then I just very quickly sort out all the issues that I have in front of me, because that's a very stressful way to learn, but it tends to be the way I do it. Rupert, and then Chris.
So a few years ago, I had was doing some work with Boeing on the corporate side, and I worked with some real senior Boeing guys who are very tenured, who'd been with Boeing for a long time, grown up through probably an apprenticeship, through the factory floor, all that stuff. And they were telling me some stories about working with the apprentice, going back and working with the new apprentices, dealing with big problems like building an airplane. And he had one story of how the body of the plane arrived from one place and the wing arrived from a different one, and now it's the time to bolt them together. Well, at one point they didn't fit, and to a young apprentice, this just seemed like an insurmountable problem. And the more senior guys just say, hey, this is just work. This is why we're here. If it was easy, they wouldn't need us. And I've used that line 100 times since then.
At ILM, if you ever said this will be hard, you'd get a response from anybody there that said, well, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. like that's, that's like, that is why we're getting paid to do this. You're totally spot on in that area. And the funny thing is that there's also this thing about knowing, understand. There's a difference between knowing how to do it and understanding why you're doing it. And that's and so my wife was making pizza crust. My wife doesn't make a lot of pizza crust. She makes the pizza innards, but she doesn't make a lot of the pizza crust. And she made the pizza crust, and it was too watered down. And she was just like, "Oh, well, we're gonna have to do something else." And I was like, "Oh, no," because I made 300 loaves of bread. Like, I was just like, "No, we just need to add a little bit of this and a little bit of this, and we'll just turn it until it's this consistency." Because I understand I understand what I'm looking for, and that is the thing that we want to figure out, is how do we get to a point where we understand what it actually means, and I have this horribly expensive book called The Modernist Cookbook. And what I love is when I'm working on something, I open it up and I look at it, and it breaks down like why all that happens and what it does and everything else, like a little encyclopedia. And so while I'm working on it, and then I can think about it again when I go back to cooking. And I think the reason I bring that up is to Emily's question about STEAM, is there is teaching people how to do it and getting that skill level up, but finding ways to basically infuse it with that general, when they're in that context of what are the things that they need to understand about how that actually works and why it works. Go ahead, Chris, and then Rupert, or Chris and then Sky and then Rupert, and we'll move on.
I was going to amplify on what Michael had to say by telling a little story about my years of experience in teacher education, where typically it was a traditional 4-year program where traditional college age women showed up and were ready to spend 4 years becoming a teacher. And the hump was a little bit different than the one that Alex described. The hump was that these 18-year-olds already thought they were effective teachers. That they had been watching teachers for 18 years and imagining themselves and setting up their stuffed animals to be their students. They'd been practicing to be teachers for 18 years. So they were, in a sense, overconfident about, and unfortunately, the traditional curriculum said, well, oh, you're not as ready as you think. We're going to have to lecture to you for several years before we're going to give you a chance to show what you can do. So our breakthrough teacher education programs involved having freshmen actually go out into the schools and do some scaffolded supervised teaching. So, and they discovered themselves, hey, this is harder than it looks. It's easy to watch a teacher and imagine yourself saying all the right things and managing all the right dilemmas. But when it's actually you up there and you're feeling the weight of that responsibility and the multiple things you have to pay attention to and think about or ignore, then it's a whole different matter. So providing field experience right away, which is why these students signed up for teacher education, because they thought, I'm ready. This is going to be easy because I've been preparing for this all my life. All of a sudden, they say, oh, wait a minute, now I need some help. And here's how the faculty can help you have a better experience the second time and the third time and the fourth time.
Well, I think the challenge is that a lot of folks that go into education were good at it. And then when you go back into class, you realize that like half of them weren't. So they're there, so you're trying to teach to the folks that are good at it. And there's a lot of us that just like, that doesn't make any sense to us. Go ahead, Sky, and then Rupert.
Emily, I'm so happy because you started your clubhouse, and I think that's awesome. I don't know how it's going, but I'm sure you've learned a lot. But I think I want to write a book with you, and the subtitle is Attitude. The title is going to be Hard is Not a 4-letter word. And so consequently, to Rupert's point of once a year here in Everett, Washington, the engineers, they open up one of the airplane hangars at the Boeing plant, and all of the engineers, and they open it to school systems, and you all come together and learn how to take a balsa wood airplane and fly it, and you're in the same room with people that put men on the moon. And they're making these balsa wood and rubber band things that stay afloat for hours. And it's kind of magical about, to your question, Alex, of the shiny coffee pot. I wish you hadn't shown me that. You're an expensive friend. But what is the problem we're trying to solve? And so going to the moon was never been done before. And what we're doing now, I think, is an attitude back to my heart is not a 4-letter word, is the attitude of we're solving something that hasn't been ever done.
The thing that I'm constantly trying to go back to, whether it's Steam or other things, is just I observe my kids playing games and try to figure out, like, what about that works that we're not doing? Because, they may show up for class or not show up for class, but my daughter plays SimCity like an hour and a half a day, and it's SimCity, so I'm okay with that. but it's she spends an enormous amount of effort learning how to play it, and she's got 250,000 people in her city, and there's people attacking her, and there's earthquakes and all kinds of other things that she's dealing with, and she's learning a lot. I wish it was more applicable, to real life, but I think that we have to figure out. I know we talk about gamification, but a lot of times it's very superficial, and we have to figure out how we can infuse that knowledge within that kind of structure where the teachers are coaches and the games are the thing that that is the playing field. And it doesn't have to be a game, but it has to be something that feels like one, like that we're playing towards that. And I think we could teach everything that way. I just don't know exactly how yet. Rupert?
Yeah, I was just circling back to problem solving, whether you're trying to get over the hump or around it, or get into it and try and figure out what it is, and to remember why you're doing it. That's kind of like the visualization technique of keeping your goal in mind and trying to imagine, getting there. Although Chris makes a good point about, it sometimes takes a bit more than just imagination, but to keep the end goal in mind and just imagine it being perfect or whatever you're trying to get to.
And again, I just think that there's you don't want to make it hard, but it doesn't have to be boring, and I think that we just have a hard time. I've had that problem where you just have to learn it, because I don't have a tool to show you how to make it fun, but that's the thing we're trying to kind of, figure out. Next question.
Dan Huber of Erie, Pennsylvania says technology budgets have been reduced for this budget year and next. Ideas to best spend.
Where's Dan? Did we lose him? Right before we answered his question, he disappeared. Oh, there we go. But go ahead, Michael.
Yeah. I think, well, it depends on where you're coming from and what you're trying to do, I guess, and what the baseline is. Because, best spending really probably only makes sense in a particular context. In higher education, I think the thing that, and to my point earlier about, Berkeley upgrading classrooms, and you don't need to go fully advanced, and we probably don't need PTZ cameras in every classroom, but if we can get real remote control, that would be awesome. It's just making sure that over the past year, we've been so good about creating content that is much higher quality than before, that can be consumed on demand. And, every TA right now that I work with has the ability to, with one button, record their section, which is useful as a teaching tool for themselves, for their students, just as a resource. And the thing that I hope is that as we go back into physical classrooms, we make it really easy for us to capture some of that content and make it available for those who are going to use it. And we don't need to do it for every single classroom, but really just leveling up some of that quality, because I do think for a lot of students, it's made a difference when we go from presenting code on an old projector with a fairly low resolution screen recording to something that doesn't even need to be 1080, but clear and reasonable to read. I've heard from quite a few students that those things really do make a difference in their ability to watch and participate.
Go ahead, Emily.
I was going to say things like that Michael just said, like where we use document cameras in the classroom. One of the biggest problems was when we sent everybody home, a lot of our tech was tethered to the ceiling or to the desk or wherever. And so mobile, why don't we go with small things that can be moved? Just going forward, take that into consideration.
I think that a lot of schools and school systems should really think about, I was talking about this for Zoom, but F1 teams. Like, and what I mean by that is that, a lot of F1 teams in, F1, for racing, they build those cars not because they're ever going to sell them. They build them so that they take their best engineers and they set them free. They give them a bunch of money and let them play. And I think you see Harvard doing that, they have one
CS50?
team. Yeah, CS50 is kind of their I think their version of the F1 team. We don't know what that, but having some in every school, I feel like you need that, where there is a group of people, you're going to give them some money, you're going to set them free, you're going to have them teach classes teach a class or teach, something, and keep on. And what we saw Bob Smith doing with Stanford, where we're going to press the outer envelope, and just play with it and allow them to experiment. I think that you're going to see, with the Zoom video API, you're going to see a whole different level of what's possible. And, beyond what we're having, here, where everything is selectable and movable. But you got to set those teams free to do that. You have to have it could be 1 or 2 people or 10 people or 15 people, depending on how big your system is. But pushing that outer envelope keeps education systems competitive, because there are venture capital that are just giving people money to do that, in a lab, and so if the school systems don't figure out a way to do that, someone else will for them. And I think it's so important that schools find a way to innovate and to stay relevant, inside of what's happening right now. Go ahead, Chris.
I agree that some of a limited budget should be put into a forward-looking F1 team type operation. And my other suggestion is more conservative, which is we have invested a lot in equipment, in training, and so forth and so on during the last year of necessity. But schooling probably hasn't invested much in protecting what it's bought in the last year. Now, we don't need to protect the plexiglass, but we do need to protect the cameras and the hardware, and we need to think about upgrading the internet access and shifting from Wi-Fi to hardwired or Ethernet. So thinking like that we're kind of vulnerable right now, because a lot of people are thinking, well, that's over with. We don't need to worry about that stuff. We needed to buy it and train up for it because of the emergency, but now the emergency is almost over. So let's just set that stuff aside. And I think that would be a tragic error to allow all of the quality stuff that's been generated and purchased and applied training for that. We need to protect that.
Yeah. And I think that the place that I would focus the most on if I was in the university area are the large classes, the 300, 500, 700, 1000. They're already impersonal. Like they're not, and so the thing is how do you get those online, and how do you support them online so that they can be, so that you can watch them at home and you can interact, you can ask questions, you can do all the things you can do. You can probably, I think, on those big classes, the 500 and above especially, you could probably create a better experience online than you can have in the room. Like I just think that it can be more reactive, more, you can actually tie them in better, and so I think that that's where I'd probably focus technology efforts to figure that out, and then let it keep on trickling down. It's great for 500, then great for 300, or now we can turn 500 into 5,000. We don't have to do it 4 times or whatever during that semester, because we can get that many more students. And it turns out it doesn't really change the quality to go from 500 to 1,000 or 2,000. Go ahead, John.
Yeah. And I can't emphasize how creative Bob Smith and his team at Stanford have in that classroom. And what's exciting is the last thing he showed us when they were moving to the large classroom. That was always an experimental classroom building, and it's been there for years. And things they were doing 10 years ago seemed radical at the time, and now they're out throughout the campus. The other thing it'd be good to have that Bob talked about is they have a lot of successes. They also have a lot of lemons.
Yeah. Well, and you have to be ready for that.
Tolerate it there.
And again, I don't think you do that across a whole system. You do that in one place with one team or whatever that's constantly failing forward, and figuring it out, and then people taking what works and applying it. Go ahead, Rupert.
So to Chris's point about protecting all the new equipment, I can't speak for the education market, but in commercial corporate life, I've seen companies ripping out everything they had before and getting rid of it. Desktop computers, telephones, all auctioned off. We're now going to operate with the stuff that we've bought this year.
Yeah. Next question.
And the second to last one, Emily Russo of Red Hook, and here on the panel. What are the learning gains you witnessed or made in this disrupted year? What did your teachers or students gain?
I would say office hours. In the last year, we learned a lot. Figuring out how to do this. I mean, it's like for me, that's been the biggest thing. But collecting this incredible group of people that feels like it just keeps on getting richer every week. Go ahead, Michael. Oh, you're quieter than I expected.
Yes, I am. And I think the biggest thing that some of the stuff that I and others have taken away is just that we can let go of some of the rigidity that we thought was necessary, and that things don't fall to pieces, and that I can do various things of just being more flexible with deadlines and extensions and grading or feedback, whatever it is, and it will the fears of students aren't just going to turn in work or they'll procrastinate generally don't come true. And I've seen classes I think the thing that's fun is I've seen a couple classes go so far in the virtually no deadline space that was less than helpful for some of the students. But I think what's exciting is that at a place like Berkeley, they had a space to try that, and they learned where the trying to find that happy medium of too many deadlines and not enough deadlines for students, and really opening up that structure in a way that is actually helpful to students has been really good. And I think for students, I get a new crop of students every semester, but I think by and large they've been learning the things that they would be learning otherwise. And there's a nitpick here or there or something that gets missing, but they've also really learned how to adapt and how to build the tools that they need as well. So it hasn't been easy, but I think a lot has happened.
I think one thing that I noticed was my son, ignored enormous amounts of work that he was supposed to do online with Zoom, and what I was left with was, that didn't really work. But the other thing that I was left with is he got back to in-person school and didn't miss a beat. So I was like, well, there was a whole lot of stuff in between that he didn't do, but then he's just able to keep up with everything just as if nothing had happened. And he's a little precocious, but I'm just saying that there was this thing, he lost this gap, and we were talking about the last year. He didn't lose any time. That's the thing that I'm noticing is he just didn't lose any time from what he had before. Go ahead, John.
Our campus, I mentioned that I'm with a faculty support group, and on any campus you have the early adopters and the people who like to try new things. And then you have a large number of that bell curve of faculty who really don't care. And then you have a set of faculty who go, I'll be able to retire before I have to deal with any of this. That went away. So I think it was gainer with the faculty is that an understanding of instructional technology, the use of technology tools would never have happened without the pandemic. And after a year of this, there's a real appreciation of that bell curve. People who said, well, that's good for the early adopters and the techies, but the use some of the technologies that.
Steve and then Chris.
I think one of the gains that I've seen is the blossoming of some of the shyer students that have really come forward by using the technology and being able to, participate. And that's been just a joy to see. And plus, on top of that, the incorporation of students internationally. We've always had a lot of international students, but having them come in from so far away, even time zones and time gaps, and to participate in classes has just been so rewarding. You would think that people would hide from it, but I've found a lot of people flourishing in the environment, and some of the creativity is taken up a couple of notches because of that extra added participation. So all in all, I think it's been there's been a lot of gains that I think we can take a lot from and start to incorporate it into the next change that we're going to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, and then Nick, and then Bill.
I think one of the big gains of the past year has been hope on the part of teachers, educators at every level. We've been through something, well, first of all, in my opinion, public education at least was in a kind of a depressive downward spiral. The reputation of schools was poor, except for my local school. Everybody said, well, our school's fine, but public education is broken. And there's some truth to that. But educators had internalized that. So we were depressed. And all of a sudden we were put to the test, to having to move faster and in more challenging ways than ever before. And we survived it. And some sectors thrived, and we learned new things, and we realized that we could still do things. We weren't as bad as our reputation would have indicated or predicted. And so it's kind of like surviving a battle in the military, that everybody's afraid at the beginning, and the survivors are thrilled at the end. They're connected to each other. They have a whole different view of themselves and what they're capable of doing next time a challenge arises. And so in a funny way, it's been great for the reputation and morale of the teacher corps, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have to step away for just a second, but Nick and Bill, go ahead and then go to the next question.
So thank you. To Chris's point about being the survivors, I do think we have to be a little careful about survivor bias and make sure we look behind and at those that we lost along the way, and both to the pandemic, but also people who didn't adapt. But I will say that one of the best things that we took from this was an overall collapse of obstacles to rather revolutionary ideas. I had a number of initiatives within my college to implement online modalities, and the overarching organization was like, well, that's impossible in an arts college. Like, we just can't, for creative design, like, we need to be in the studios, right? Like, no, you can't possibly teach this course online. It's totally impossible. It's like, oh, we just did that for a year. And there's that went away. I mean, another thing that we had in my department had started doing before the pandemic was reaching out. We're an East Coast school, and a lot of the experts, in production are on the West Coast. So we had started doing in-class classes where we would bring someone from the West Coast in via Zoom into the classroom up onto the projection screen. So the teacher was not in the room. And that was effective. It worked out. We had all kinds of great review. And that became even more effective when the class went entirely remote and the students were on their own machines, like didn't have to come to a physical classroom. And so there were a lot of instances and examples of that. And of course, this whole Unreal space, I probably never would have had the time to build it had it not been for the pandemic. So there were a lot of things to take away from it.
So if there was one theme that I've come out of this entire year with, it is the theme of overcoming fear. Because I think there were so many different kinds imposed on us. There was the pandemic, there was disruption in jobs, there was disruption in schedule, there is the can I do something other than cocoon myself for the next however long I'm going to be disrupted. I feared all those things at the beginning of this. And the surprising awakening for me has been how easy it's been through this technology to connect with new people, and to watch those fears get suppressed constantly through the goodwill of others. I've seen so many people come here and with the, is my camera good enough? Is my audio good enough? Are my ideas good enough? Or whatever. And over watch this community embrace those people, elevate them and say, it'll be okay. Just hang around here, incrementally improve, and you'll get there. And we've seen so many extraordinary examples of people becoming fabulous at this new form of communication really rapidly. And then we also hear about them taking that into their business lives, into their personal lives, into their teaching lives, and expanding that out to others and other platforms and things like that. And that's been a great thing to be part of and watch over the course of the year. I've been really proud to have been here with all of you through the course of this. And I hope we all take this out into the world and whatever we do, and just realize that bringing other people along really does, that's really the core of knitting social systems together and making things better for everyone. It's been fun. It's just been fun to watch this. So hopefully we can get better at that. And let's move on to the next question now. Even better, because I think the people here on this panel are remarkable at it. Michael Ball has this last question, and this is one of those softballs because there's something happening at 11:30 today, a new platform that we've been told a little about. And so I think I'm going to just pass the ball to Michael Ball and say, Michael, tell us what's going to happen.
Yeah, so I think in particular for the educators, this might be fun or interesting. There is this new platform called ohyay.co, OHYAY, so the words O and yay. There's a link in there, but it will be ohyay.co/s/the office hours. Right now there's a password on the room, but I will remove that around 11:30. But we're going to start in Zoom before heading over, but it's a new video platform. And one of the things that's interesting about it is that it is entirely configurable. If you imagined a web interface that looks a little bit like Photoshop, where you have a canvas, and then on one side you have a gigantic palette of all the controls, you basically get to build out your own spaces. So the demo right now is set up with just a bunch of sort of standard rooms with random features. But yeah, at 11:30, we're going to go in and test it, play around. I don't even have every super advanced thing set up, but we're sort of going to see how it goes with a bunch of people who have never tried it before. I know a few conferences have been using it for sort of social hallway tracks. I know a few educators have been using it in their classrooms to do things like sort of lab breakout rooms within sort of smaller groups to run office hour sections. It has chat, Q&A, and now the ability to entirely script it with JavaScript, which I'm not really going to talk about today, but really just to see what's possible and what are maybe some of the other ways of building experiences.
Cool. And we are now 15 minutes, a little less, not 14 minutes from the top of the hour, which is when the Unreal Engine piece, Nic is going to take over and guide us through. And for those of you who weren't there in the original, Nic did this, what was it, about a year and a half? No, I'm sorry, a month and a half, 2 months ago. It's somewhere back in the history. We did some Unreal second hours.
Just yesterday.
Yeah,
I think we did it in like
time's lost.
May of last year.
Yeah, I am lost in terms of measuring time. Anyway, it was fascinating. And for those of you who may be watching that came for the education thing, if you don't understand Unreal Engine, it is a virtual world that came out of the gaming environment and is what the tool that many of the most popular video games use to create the worlds. It is a world builder for all intents and purposes that give you amazing tools to create environments that you can then interact with or work in or educate in or whatever. And so that's going to start in 15 minutes. Those of you who wish to take a break, feel free to take a break from the panel, and then Nic will be on at the top of the hour to start this. And then 11:30 a.m. after yet another break. These are all Pacific Standard Time hacks that I'm giving you. At the top of the hour at 11:30, Michael Ball will launch the one we were just talking about. So there will be a substantial break between the end of Nic's Unreal Engine and coming back for that next piece. So hopefully I've gotten all that right. Sky,
but wait, there's more.
There's more.
At 5 o'clock, we'll be cooking
right.
together. And I believe the link is been posted. If not, I did get it. Chad has his hand up.
It's not related to the link. Go ahead and finish your thoughts, Scott.
Okay, finish my thought. If that were only possible. Yes,
And
I will,
Sky, so Matt in the kitchen, this is a test.
No.
You're not actually teaching any particular
I'm not.
cooking skill?
I'm not doing anything. This is Alex wanting to have people take your cameras into the kitchen and just try stuff and cook whatever you want, cheese sandwiches, eggs. But this is the real. Let's figure out what we don't know and break stuff before we really have an audience.
It seems
Because
to me
the-
that what
the
Alex
audience-
was fascinated with was having a panel full of people who had the ability to focus on pieces of a process. We're talking
There you
about
go.
cooking here.
Nope,
And so it may
not
be if
really.
you have a camera on your stove that shows the pan or the pot, you might be cooking a thing in, and then you have a camera on you so you can talk to the group about that. That seemed to me to be what literally lit him up, was the idea that all the participants would have multiple views of a
And
subject.
again,
in
the
progress.
Raspberry Pi really, I think, lit the fuse on this. The inspiration of, oh my word, look at this angle and look at that. And Tony, your inspiration of, no Raspberry Pi left behind, I think, is also the incentive of we're going to experiment. Madeline's not going to be, she's actually cleaning out the garage so we can turn it into a into a production
And let me make
office.
this perfectly clear. You are not excluded if you don't have a Raspberry Pi. You're not excluded if you only have a single camera.
Correct.
This is for everybody to come and play around with this. And no matter what your setup is, you
Okay.
can be a part of this.
I'm going to put it in. I'm going to hope this is okay. Should I put it in Makana? Because it was not in the morning's email. And Alex is not here to ask.
Chad is nodding his head, and Chad has
That
a lot
seems
of
perfectly
control.
appropriate.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
And I will say that Mushara Parvez from Bangalore said, how many minutes from now does the session on Unreal Engine begin? Just to officially answer that, the answer is 10 minutes. You're 10 minutes away from the Unreal session.
Breaks on.
So this is just general chat. If anybody has anything they want to talk about while I clear the decks of the old stuff.
How cold is it in Surrey? That's the question.
I'm just going to very briefly take us back to the penultimate question of the last hour, where we were talking about the things that we've learned through this disruption. And Bill was kind enough to address some of the things we learned from office hours. One of the things that I learned from all of this, we learned from Mickey. Is that when you're a little uncertain, a little pensive, you're not quite sure things are working quite the way they should be, a few more words, just a few more words.
You go. Yes. and that may go right to Alex, is like getting over that hump. You've gotten, but then you ran into a wall. Sometimes a surprisingly just elevating your effort just a little bit will get you over the hump, and then it becomes so much easier after that. It doesn't remain hard. Go ahead, George.
Quick sound check, please. Check 1 2 from Washington, D.C. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check
You sound
1
just
2.
fine. I think you're clear, and I think the meters were appropriate. So I think you're in good shape. How's everything in Washington, George? Is the weather? I know I heard somewhere on the news that the cherry blossoms were starting to pop out, so it's really springtime and nice.
They're starting to pop out. It's a little chilly today, but nice and sunny. But cool. All is well in the nation's capital.
Good. Courtney's showed up. Good. Courtney's going to dive into Unreal.
Yes. I have my I have original sound turned off because I noticed when I'm running Unreal, my Dell now sounds like a vacuum cleaner.
That's interesting. You're coming in a couple of dB too hot. You're around minus 20 instead of 24, which would be 4 dB actually.
I shall bump down just a tad. Now I'm in the zone, I believe.
Excellent. And Rupert,
when I
you had your
first
hand
started working in Unreal, I put a fan, like a physical room fan, next to my open chassis computer just to keep air going over the whole thing. So, yeah.
Rupert, are you frozen or do you
No.
have, there you go.
Stay clear of the jet wash.
Can I go back to attendee? I have a time constraint and I need to get some equipment for the kitchen experiment later.
Let me see if, yes, I can actually do that because
All right.
I have control now. So there you go.
Yes, thanks to Unreal, I no longer have to dust behind my computer.
Same for me, Bill, if you could drop me back. Thanks.
Hey, Nick.
We had a, yeah.
Finish your sentence.
We had
I don't
a,
see Michael Ball.
yeah, we had a
here.
moment.
Somebody get you ready.
the other
Oh, no,
week.
there you are.
We're in Pennsylvania. There's about 10, 20 different seasons. And, you know, as we're transitioning between the different seasons, they bounce back and forth. And we had a moment last week when the upper 2 floors of the house were being heated, and then the AC would kick in for the basement where all the computers are. So that was
So
that
you're
was an
running
interesting
both
moment.
HVAC systems at
I see that,
opposite
Scott.
ends
Thanks.
of each other. You need a vapor barrier between the two sides. You're spending a lot
Yeah.
extra money.
Hey, Nick, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Go for it.
When we're looking at your screen, on my right-hand side of the screen, there's a little diagonal white line.
Yeah, that's actually a scroll bar. That's actually there. That's part of the computer.
So from the white line over to where the first set of images are, that's supposed to, quote, be glass, right? Why is my video frozen?
It's basically a translucent material.
Yeah, so just a minor thing, okay? See if you can get like a smudge or a fingerprint roughness layer on that, just to sell the glass.
Okay. I will challenge accepted. I won't be able to do that today, but I'll have that for next week.
You don't have an edge eroder?
And Nick, I sent you the USDZ, and it's in color on my phone.
Yeah, I saw that. I see that, Sky. So where's I don't have permission to share my screen yet. Oh, but I have a secret way to do it anyway. I think I could do this. Nope, that's the Mac.
That's the app that
PC.
Alex had me get, was that 3D scanner app. That's the one I'm using.
Yeah, so when I'm using Maya and I've opened it up, and you can see this, yes? It's just a big gray blob.
Sure, yeah, gray.
But when I select it, all the geometry is there. I mean, I can clearly see the countertops and the appliances and such, and even the lighting in the ceiling. But for some reason, the color. Now, I don't know if that's an issue
I've got like a
with this tool.
dozen different options of sending you from this app. It gives me like all of these different options.
Is
for
there
files.
an OBJ or an FBX?
MOUSC. Yeah, OBJ. What was the other one? All
F
data.
as in Foxtrot, B as in Bravo, X as in X-ray. FBX.
I can give you an OBJ and an all data captured. Ooh, well, that seems like a lot. Sketchfab, DAE, Point Cloud, STL, GLB.
Let's try the OBJ.
On my way.
Hey, Mickey, is the click gone, or is the click?
Oh yeah, sounds clean now.
All right. Thanks. I reboot my potato.
Thank you. Reboot your potato. Did you reboot your banana though?
No, well, potato is another version of banana. So yeah, this is my potato.
Horticulturalists, turn off your sound. You're going to be really upset with this conversation.
Nick, I will put that up in the Dropbox because I think it's probably going to be too big to email you. Plus, I don't have your email.
Nick, you stepped into it, man. You've got 11 questions, and we haven't even begun on a whole new series.
I know. I got to tell you, I love Mukana because all through the last education hour, I've been reading those questions and prepping demos.
See, that's the magic of the system.
And I've been downvoting the ones that I can't answer. No,
Hey. That's gaming the system. We're not allowing that. I'm not as strong in this. All right, down dudes.
What's the Kobayashi Maku or whatever the Captain
Kobayashi Maru? Oh yeah,
Zoom
totally,
yeah. Game it.
I Kobayashi Maru'd my thermodynamics class in college. I figured out how to change this course.
I was going to say that's where he figured out how to change the course, change the test, so he passed.
I worked out that the professor's grading system could be gamed, and I used software to do it. And I basically aced the first 3 weeks of a 10-week class, like A+ aced every test, every homework. I did computer programming extra credit, and then I disappeared. And then I came back at the end of the quarter into his office, and he was all like, "Are you okay? What happened?" Like I was this like amazing student, and then poof, I disappeared. And I said, well, let's just figure out my grade. And I understand, like, I don't have anything to say. I don't know. Let's just figure out my grade, and you can let me know if there's anything I can do from there. And he figured out my grade, and it turned into an 80%. And I said, thank you very much. And he, or just, obviously, I have to change my grading system.
You knew what the grade was because you wrote it, right?
I ran a sim. I simulated a number of permutations because part of your individual grade was based on what the grade of the entire classroom was. There was like a factor. The curve was codified into the syllabus. And so then I ran a bunch of simulations based on the population in the classroom and where their grades may or may not fall, and worked out the bell curve. And it was senior year, and I wasn't very good at thermodynamics, and I worked out that
are you referred to as a gray hat? Is that what I've heard?
I don't know. That might have been more of a black hat kind of thing. The most unfortunate thing was that my brother, 3 years behind me, went through the same college, and he majored in engineering, and he ended up with the same instructor. And the instructor recognized that name immediately. Yeah, my brother had a tough time in thermo.
Hey, if you are interested in participating in this little class, a lab, go ahead and raise your digital hand, and we can bring you in so we can have you be part of it. We're going to start off with we'll start off with questions, and then we'll go to a little demo, and then we'll go to we'll start off with the questions. We found this model works the best. Let's get the questions out of the way, then do the demo, then do lab time, and hopefully I'll actually have my PC working by then. I got to start working on it this morning. I'm not a strong PC user, so I'm still trying I just figured out how to get the internet working. Now sign into Epic is like, I wonder if Epic could give us more options for how to sign in. Like, I'm just not sure if 8 of them is enough, and my login that I had with Steam doesn't work.
Just make a new Epic account using an email of choice, whatever.
Yeah, I'm going to.
There you go. There's our first question of the day.
How do I deal with this? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, so anyone else? Last chance. Okay, so we're now going to go ahead and move forward. Kelly's here. Kelly is from Puget Systems. Hey, Kelly. And Kelly has a bit of Unreal background. So if you have questions around Kelly has a lot of Unreal history, but he also knows a lot about hardware and how it interrelates with Unreal. So if you have questions about Unreal, and especially about what would work better, like what kind of hardware might I like, and Kelly, you also have a fair bit of experience in Unreal environments, right? Oh, I can't hear you.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Kelly. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, that's correct.
I was in games.
Yeah, I was a game environment artist for several years, and then QA, and now I'm just solely working on hardware with Unreal Engine, game engines, and 3D rendering programs.
That's great. So if you have questions, Kelly, make sure, just the way we kind of, since you're new here, you'll see people asking questions. Just raise your digital hand, not your digital hand, your physical hand, if you want to answer that, in addition to Nick or anyone else who might have an answer for it. So go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah. So we have a bunch of new people joining us.
You want to do a mic check real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, Kelly. If I don't know how much control you guys have with your levels, but it would be best to uncheck automatically adjust the microphone volume and the Zoom interface and the preferences. And for you, Kelly, you're coming in maybe 3 or 4 dB too loud. So I don't know if you have any adjustment that you could do there. On our meters here, by the way, you'll see a meter that is one of the panelists here, and that number on the upper left-hand side of the meters. Our goal is to hit -24 LUFs on that figure there, the short term.
Okay. A little too high.
And yeah, Kelly, one of the issues is you have to speak continuously for about 3 seconds before, 3 to 5 seconds before it averages and gives you a number.
So testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Still a little high.
I think actually, yeah.
Good right now?
Just to give us just a dB down, one more click down. Let's move on to John Foltz and then Paul Prisakowski afterwards.
I'm not going to be speaking. I'm just using my iPad here so that I can use my desktop to do the exercises.
Okay. Would you like to be brought back to the attendees then?
That would be great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Paul and then Nicholas Deckard afterwards.
Yeah, I'm on a new setup right now, but Mickey, you could also just put me back into attendee mode. I'm not planning on talking much. I'll just type everything. Other than that, just let me try the new mic. I am talking here, trying to bring my levels up a little bit, maybe a little too hot.
Down, you're too hot, down.
Down there, okay. New mic, new setup, and just trying from a different workstation. A little bit better now, lower, 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 lower. Okay, here I go, down to this, trying to find that sweet spot. Going.
Not hearing a change at all, Paul.
Okay, well, just take me into attendee list. I'll figure it out later.
Copy that. Nicholas?
Okay, hey, I'm Nicholas. I just joined, saw the other Nic's presentation on YouTube and wanted to check it out, see what's going on over here.
Yeah,
Am I good?
Yeah, just drop down a dB or two. You're in the ballpark there.
Okay.
Thank you. Hey, Chad.
Hey guys. Recently posted to Mukana a link to join the Discord and a link to get to the Unreal Labs channel in the Discord in case you want to continue this conversation later.
And we're going to let Benjamin in. He's running a little late.
Hey, Benjamin's here.
Yeah. We'll let
Hey,
Duncan in as
Benjamin.
well.
Good morning. Sorry.
Do a quick check.
Your thing. Good morning. It's nice and sunny and lovely this morning in San Carlos, California. And if I speak up just a little bit, we'll hit about 24. Thank you.
Yeah, just drop down a dB or two in level.
Copy that, thank you.
And Duncan, you want to do a quick check?
Hi there. Is this too high?
Give us about 5 seconds of continuous speech.
Yep. So Duncan here from Canada. Just trying to join and listen in because Nic's presentation on YouTube is pretty cool. So I have this, so I mimic his NDI, but I attach it to a tracker here.
That's pretty cool. Could you just give us a 1 or 2 dB bump up in level?
Yep. Oh, a bump up? Okay. Give me 1 second.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the questions, Bill.
Okay, we've got 14 in the queue already, so this is going to be a big day. Michael Moyer Romo of Houston, Texas says, how many job titles or individual skills are required for full XR production? What is your recommended software for creating 3D assets and texturing?
So, I mean, the range is going to be anything from 1, a lot of my virtual production these days is 1. But if you're talking about a full production, like a daily television show or a series episodic, you're going to get into well over 100. It could be plural hundreds. I think there are some daily produced virtual production shows that are regular broadcasts that involve easily around 100 people on a daily basis. And then plus there's the folks that are doing the digital content creation. And digital content creation, for those that are new to this, is kind of like the catch-all phrase for creating the 3D models and doing 3D scans and all that sort of thing, the animation that ends up playing out in the live events. If you look at an episodic production or a movie production, something along the lines of Mandalorian or Midnight Sky, I mean, there could be upwards of close to 1,000 people working on that, depending on how many assets need to be built and put together. And there's a variety of skill sets. So it is a broad range. And so if you have something specific in mind, we could go through all the different roles, and it ranges from 3D artists to craft services and grips and all of that sort of thing. So it's really just going to be scaled based on the complexity and the size of your production. In terms of digital content creation, I definitely recommend that if you don't have funding, then Blender is a great place to start, completely free. tool for creating 3D assets that can be used in Unreal Engine. My personal weapon of choice coming out of the feature film industry is Maya. So I usually use Autodesk Maya, but Cinema 4D, Houdini, even 3D Max, which is also Autodesk, any tool that can build a 3D model from scratch is a good place to start. So I would recommend, most of them have free trials. Try out a few, find out which one feels the most comfortable to you, because almost all of them are capable of the same technical outputs and abilities, and it really comes down to the user interfaces. Personally, Blender's user interface is pretty alien to me. I know of high school kids that pick it up and just do it naturally, and I envy them. Every time I've tried to pick up Blender, it's just such a different UI from the tools that I've used before that I kind of get stuck and just go back to Maya. So that would be my recommendation on those. I don't know if there's any other panelists that want to address those questions.
All right, next question.
Okay, and Nick, I think you were coming in a little soft, but maybe that's just what I'm hearing. So you might want to come up. I think it was about 8 dB down. Jettel Gersvold of Tomse, how conservative should you be with poly counts in the virtual sets in Unreal Engine for live virtual productions?
So that'll always be a balance between your hardware capabilities as well as the needs in terms of your geometry fidelity. The general rule of thumb is to use as little geometry as you get down to as little as you need. So if you have just a square plane, all you need is a screen, well, then that should be a single face and you're good. But if you have something that's a highly detailed, high fidelity piece of geometry, then you just kind of need to throw more hardware at that. And maybe Kelly would be a good resource here to chime in on this. But the Unreal Engine software is going to rely very heavily on the GPU, the graphics processor unit that you have installed, to basically load as much geometry as possible into that GPU board, and then use that GPU capability to ultimately render the geometry. So if you've only got about 4 GB or 6 GB of memory in your GPU board, you're going to want to keep your geometry well below that level so that that hardware can process what you're using. If you've got something with 24 gigabytes of RAM and a lot of GPU processors, then you can throw a lot more geometry at it. And of course, the new version of Unreal 5 that'll be coming out later on is even further optimized to handle high resolution topology.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Yeah, just to echo what Nick's saying, it really depends on what you're trying to do, what your current hardware is. There's people doing virtual sets that are just a very simple, desk with a wall behind them, like mimicking a new studio type thing, up to the Mandalorian, where they have multiple computers running in conjunction to power the wall. There's not really this is the minimum spec or the maximum or how many polygons you can or cannot have. It's just going to vary depending on what you're trying to do, what kind of hardware you have. And just remember, Unreal 4, which is what we're currently on, was released like 8 years ago. Doesn't need huge hardware to run it. And you're basically just running a normal monitor that's just being green screened onto something else. It's not doing something special to do virtual production versus any other production with Unreal Engine. So you can run on anything with any poly count, really.
And one of the things to remember is there's a lot of ways to cheat geometry as well. Mm-hmm. So you might need something where you can put 2 or 3 million polygons into it, but with texture mapping, with baking in illumination and so on and so forth, you can get that geometry down to literally hundreds of polygons, but low thousands of polygons that will work on almost any machine. Whereas you can throw a lot more at it. The other thing to think that we won't get into probably in this 4 weeks is thinking about being able to change how much you have level of detail based on distance to camera, whether it's in frame. Those are all things that start to create more efficiencies. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was going to mention is level of detail, so that if you create a model that's 1 million polygons, and it's going to be 1 million polygons when it's full screen right in front of the viewer, but you're going to have 1,000 copies of that geometry in a scene because it's an army of soldiers. The soldiers that are further in the background, they could be a lot less polygons, and it's just a matter of optimizing the models that you supply Unreal to work with, and so that there's different levels of detail for Unreal to draw from. And again, that's probably a little more technical than we'll get to in this initial 4 weeks. This will be primarily for beginners, but it's good to have that in the back of your mind as different tool sets to be dipping into once you get over these initial hurdles.
Well, and something I showed earlier, like this is a good example of it. This is the set that my first set that I'm going to probably work on with this project is this. So this is going to be my set because why not be absurd? So this is a what we call decimated version of this, and I could probably go low, at higher detail or lower detail. The main thing is this is about 4 million polygons that we have here, but you'll notice the texture map adds a lot more to the experience than you would with the information. So I was able to go down from 63 million polygons or 65 million polygons, which was unusable on my little iMac, to this. But I'm planning to get while we work through the next 4 weeks, I'm planning to try to get this cliff or a similar one into Unreal as a little bit of a project, but. Again, the texture maps make a huge difference, and the baked-in lighting makes a huge difference in that process. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and for a model like that, there are other optimizations that you can do in between the photogrammetry software that generated that scan, and before bringing in Unreal, you can abstract some of the geometry in a displacement map, right? So one large polygon could cover an area of a lot of detail. But then a grayscale displacement map says, well, this is protruding more, this is protruding less. And that becomes much more efficient for Unreal Engine through the GPU to actually put on screen and operate in a 3D environment.
Yep. Next question.
John Gerswald is back. Actually, has the next couple of most high-rated questions here. And the next one is, have you found a hard limit on how many camera feeds you could have in a virtual production at once?
I haven't found a hard limit. There's obviously, if you're going to use hardware inputs, there's however many you can get into your computer. I'm planning to put this into my PC soon. This is a Decklink Duo. So there's actually 4 SDI connections on it, and each one of those could be either an output or an input. So this would basically allow me to add 4 inputs to the input that I already have with a single input Decklink. And NDI technologies are designed to be scalable based on your Ethernet connectivity, the speed of your network. So the limit is going to be more related, to my knowledge, more related to the hardware and the networking environment that you're in than it will be in terms of Unreal Engine itself. Obviously, you'll have to have the memory and the GPU capability to process and stream all of that. But there shouldn't be a hard limit. Not that I'm aware of.
Next question.
Jettel's back with the next one. We plan to bring feeds from Zoom, Teams, and so forth into virtual productions, plural. Most of them won't have a green screen. Should we demand they have a green screen, or do you use any creative ways to integrate regular camera feeds into a virtual set, except putting them on a giant, expensive-looking monitor?
I mean, I would generally recommend, a green screen piece of fabric, and Alex is going to cringe because I have like the worst green screen here, right? So this is like a $20.
I'm cringing. I'm cringing.
I'm sorry, I'll put that away.
Imagine me cringing now. My eyes.
Okay. It's like the shadows. I would definitely advise, like, for $20, buy a green screen from Amazon, have it shipped directly to those people. I'm using household lights on, floor lamps with just lots of 100-watt equivalent LED bulbs, because even before you get into virtual production side of it, Zoom will be more efficient streaming that because it's this uniform color. Like, it actually gives Zoom a little more room for video compression. And then you have so much more flexibility with that feed. Of course, putting if you're not getting that green screen, one of the things that I've toyed with in the idea is creating like a stadium type of scenario and having people in press boxes or in like the box suites, so that their video kind of fills up the window of like some kind of, ostensibly it's a box suite up above, this studio space, and you kind of call up, hey, Steve, what's going on up there? And so you can actually, you play around with that a little bit. So there's just some thoughts.
Yeah, the green screen is the most traditional, I think. Go ahead, Mickey.
I'm just I would be a little wary of keying a video feed that's coming over a compressed transport such as Zoom or Teams. You're going to end up getting most likely something that's 420, which might not be great for keying.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's ideally, to address that, you just make them smaller. We had a winter concert we did with our jazz band at the university. We sent them all the $20 green screens, and these are music students and other majors. They were not digital media students, and we just said, film yourself with your phone. We did a couple weeks of iteration where we were helping them position their lights and all. Some people were filming in Ultra HD, with their new phones, and some people were using a flip phone and gave us half standard def, and we dealt with it. It actually worked. We ended up with 20 musicians in a virtual production winter wonderland space. So it's doable. It's not ideal though.
Resolution helps.
Oh yeah.
And one of the things that you can also think about is where the key's being done. So you can definitely do it. I think Nick's going to show it done as a card inside of Unreal. Remember that if you have an Atem switcher, you can also key it. You can't move around with it in the same way that Nic is, but if you had something you're going to just put behind you as a virtual set, you can also key it within within the switcher, so output it there as well. But you won't be able to move around the way Nic can inside of his set. Also, Nic is very aerodynamic, so it makes it a little easier for him to key. Fine hairs and so on and so forth might not survive the key that Nic is doing right now. You can see a little bit of sizzling across the chair, stuff like that. That's the kind of thing that you can probably get more detail out of with a tighter green screen. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I know we've mentioned this before, but if at all possible, get as far away from your green screen as possible. The byproduct of that is you usually have to have a larger green screen.
Yeah, absolutely, or a longer lens. So one of the things that we did a lot is we'll pull the camera way back, and the more we zoom in, the less we have to frame. Nicholas?
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is I set up in my garage, and I have the green screen back here, and it's actually just an Elgato green screen. If I zoom out, it's not actually that big of a green screen, but because I'm zoomed in at 45 millimeters, I found that it makes the screen look bigger by zooming in, and then getting closer to the camera. I'm able to actually get more movement.
How far is the camera in front of you?
The camera is about maybe 3 feet, 2 feet, something like that, at about 45 millimeter lens. Yeah. And then the green screen is another, I don't know, twice as far, maybe 6 feet. So there's no shadows being cast on the green screen. There's nothing to worry about there. My garage actually has overhead those bulb lights, so I don't have the LED flickers that I found with my other light bulbs. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it works. So
yeah, no, absolutely. Go ahead, Chris.
Looks better than mine.
The event
I didn't want to point that out.
I've been messing with it for about a year. So
right.
The event, Nic, that you described with the 20 students, was that a live event, or did you do all the work in post and then edit it and put it out?
We did the virtual production work in advance, and we played the concert, but we had a live event over Zoom with all the students involved, and so that they could talk about the experience in producing it.
Right, but the keying itself was done ahead of time, right? All the keying and
correct.
stuff?
Yeah, the keying was done in advance.
Yep. Next question.
Norway's back in the house, but this time Ronnie Halsey of also Tromsø, Norway, says, will a production with Zoom, Teams, SRT, vMix, NDI, and Unreal in AWS be possible at all? If so, will it be part of the focus on Unreal?
We're probably not going to deal with that in this focus on Unreal, but you can see as we start to build up AWS and we build up this and we build up other things, that you can see where they could possibly come together to form something there. I think that we wouldn't be trying to key necessarily in the cloud, again, because of the compression that would be required. We'd want people to probably be able to do it themselves, but then sending it into that location could be really interesting. So yeah, stay tuned on that. Next question.
Chris Comfort of New York, and here in the panel says, when I loaded the practice project, I got a list of 82 errors, but it seems to be functioning okay. Can we take a quick look and see what that's all about?
Yeah, I'm good to actually talk about that. So you'll see something like this.
Yep.
And this is, thank you, Epic, for basically
freaking everybody out.
Yeah, freaking everybody out. Basically, what happened is this studio was actually much more involved in the past. So the original studio kit had a lot of other maps in it. Now it's down to a single map. This is the older version, pre-version 4.2.6, and now it basically was collapsed down to a single studio. And so in the new version, when you open this up, there's some leftover blueprints. Blueprints are basically the automation. The computer programming in Unreal Engine is very image-based. You just drag blocks, we call them nodes, in line. So somehow in the curtailing of the content, somebody left behind some of these computer program blueprints that are looking for things that have since been deleted. So you get this in Windows. This is one of the benefits. On the Mac, you never see these because these features weren't supported in the first place on the Mac. So you could just ignore that and everything will still work just fine.
Should I resave it to a new, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Chris.
Should I resave it as a new file or an updated file and then maybe just, or should I just X out of that every single time I open the project?
If it were me, honestly, I would probably just delete these 3 blueprints. I think that if you go under Content, Virtual Set, and then Blueprints, you could probably delete this folder. Camera switcher. This actor is actually right here. You could either delete it from the level itself, like in the viewport here. You could click and delete that, and it'll be saying you're doing things. Yeah, I don't care. Or you could just exit out and delete it. Or just to X out that window and ignore that that's happening, because the cameras that blueprint is set up to switch between, they're not even there anymore. So I don't know why they're still there.
Go ahead, TJ.
I am on a Mac, and I also saw those 80 load errors as well.
There you go.
Okay.
Next question.
General Gerswald is back from Tromsø. What's the best way to control actions or trigger events during a broadcast? For example, trigger an animation when speaker 1 says go.
So you'll create blueprints for that. So as an example, in the virtual studio here, there's this little actor right here, and its whole job in life is to play this video on this screen. And so this little guy is actually got a little script in it. So if I could find that, I'll just edit in Blueprint Editor. So again, Blueprint is fundamentally the Unreal Engine, basic programming language. And so what's happening here is when this particular element is created, it's opening a video and then playing it. And so this you can do for just about any action. There are blueprints that are at the actual studio level. It's called the level blueprint. And so you can see that like this little command is happening when the whole level is started up. Anytime anyone pushes a key, it's going to run some kind of on-key released event. So you can actually create custom events and responses. One of the things that I do in my own studio, for example, is I have little triggers to launch my NDI feeds, which actually give me my holographic screens. So if I go into my NDI video and I get into my NDI starter, I have a special command that I've just created. You just right click and say custom event, and you can add a custom event and call it whatever you want. And then you kind of chain commands together as to what you want to have happen. And so, this is something that you can pick up pretty quickly because it's just like a if this, then that type of approach of flow. And, you can program triggers to launch animations or any action in here can be triggered by those events. And then on top of that, you can create either a user interface that, actually a heads up display kind of thing that would overlay on top of your screen. In fact, I think when the Unreal Engine play in editor here happens, nope, that's not, that's also gone. There used to be a little user interface here to switch between cameras. But I've done that before where you can create an internal user interface that overlays on top of Unreal Engine, and you could just click buttons almost like a web browser to trigger things. Or there are plugins that are free with Unreal that allow it to receive MIDI commands, DMX commands, OSC commands, and then again with those blueprints you could trigger events from those external sources. So,
and I assume it could send OSC commands as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you can also send and receive TCP/IP. So I've used like TCP/IP commands in Unreal to control, a hyperdeck. You can serial command control. You could use an Arduino for input/output commands. So pretty much anything.
Next question.
Nicholas Deckard of Bartlesville, I believe that's in Oklahoma, says, is timecode or genlock needed for live virtual productions if the camera's movements can be predicted? For example, if you're using a robotic arm or a pan tilt zoom camera.
So, I mean, technically, if you have an absolutely professional, repeatable motion control rig and it itself, chances are that would also need some kind of time code or genlock feed to make sure that those motions were in absolute precision with the frames of the camera. The short end is, again, it depends. So if you're filming with a single camera and it's not being moved, you don't need either of those things because there's nothing to sync to. Unreal Engine will, internally, there is an option for it to genlock itself to a single incoming video feed, and therefore Unreal Engine will generate frames to the tempo of the incoming video feed. But where you start to need genlock is when you have multiple video devices in the same environment. So more than one camera, or that you synchronize the camera with Unreal Engine with an LED wall, all of those things. Genlock is a technology. It's not timecode. Genlock is basically a pulse that's synchronizing so that every device in the production chain is generating a frame at exactly the same moment, down to milliseconds. Timecode is informational, just what do we name this particular frame? So if you are using multiple devices with camera movement, then you'll need genlock. If you're moving your camera, genlock helps to synchronize with if you're using a professional tracking system. So in my studio, not my home studio, but my studio, I use Vicon or OptiTrack, and then timecode and genlock is useful there. But if you're using like a Vive tracker, like I think someone was showing earlier that came in from Canada, those trackers don't even support timecode or genlock, so you don't need it because, well, they don't have it. So again, it depends.
And I believe some of the boards, like the NVIDIA boards, have genlock. The Pro boards, right, are built for.
So with
NVIDIA, genlock the output.
Right. So with NVIDIA, the consumer boards, right? So the GTX, the RTX boards, they don't have sync. But the Quadro level boards, they don't have sync built. Well, they have sync built in, but to use that, you actually have to get another board. So it's NVIDIA Quadro Sync board, and that has the genlock input, and then that has internal cable connections that allow you to synchronize your Quadro boards, and then also synchronize across multiple computers, like the scenario that Kelly was talking about. So that's the case there. Also, the Blackmagic boards all have a reference input. So this Blackmagic board is 4 SDI connections, plus there's a 5th connector, which is the reference genlock input. So, yeah.
Next question.
That was really interesting. When Nick was talking about that, I noticed that my full screen went up behind him. So I was just looking, where do I have to get my eyes to be looking at Nick? That's a whole new thing to think about. All
Next
right,
question.
Nick Deckard of Bertelsville is back with using particle effects in Unreal Engine. Cine cameras do not apply depth of field blur to the particles. Is there a known workaround for this?
Yeah, absolutely. So chances are what's causing that is that there's two different ways to have a material be transparent in Unreal Engine. So I've actually set up a mini demo here. Thank you for using Makana and tagging because that let me get ahead of this question. So, what I have set up here, this is like a little grunge map from DV Garage water splatters. And the image is put into two different materials here. So in one material, I'm using a blend mode called masked. And the masked mode, blend mode, will support depth of field as well as cast shadows. You can see here in the little viewport demo that it's casting a shadow. By default, a lot of particle systems will use translucent instead. Translucent has an advantage in that pixels in that texture will honor partial transparencies, so alpha values between 0 and 1. And so that you get that advantage, but you don't cast shadows, and it also does not support depth of field. So in masked materials, there's actually a threshold that you can define. In this case, I defined it at 0.7. So any alpha value below 0.7 is actually fully transparent. Any alpha value at 0.7 or above is actually solid. And then I set up a little demo here where this camera has shallow depth of field configured, and it's focusing on these distant planes right here. And so this these two planes on the left have translucent material applied. These two planes on the right are masked. And when this camera, which is focused on the distant objects, you can see how this translucent material is in focus, but the masked one is honoring the depth of field. So basically, the answer to your question is to make sure that, oh no, I can't see what I'm doing anymore. Make sure that the material that you're using for your particles ends up being a masked material if you need it to honor depth of field.
Next question. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that after asking that question, I spent an hour also just playing around with things. I found that there was actually a checkbox that if you instead of using surface types, I don't know if this is necessarily bad, but instead of using surface, using post process, and then there's a like an experimental checkbox that allows you to add an alpha to your post process, and then changing it to translucent gives you the translucency and the depth of field blur. So you have like the translucency of like a pixel can be opaque or not entirely visible, but then also if you add you also still keep the depth of field blur with that mode.
Interesting. All right. Well, I just learned something. I'm going to learn.
I've been
dig into that new
I've been clicking around
feature.
I've been clicking around for a few minutes, like trying to figure it out, and it just.
Kelly, I'm wondering if Kelly has any thoughts on this because he's had quite a bit of experience in level building in Unreal and has probably run into this sort of thing.
Nothing that comes to my mind.
Okay.
What Nicholas was explaining might have some higher overhead for processing, but just depending on your scene, that might not be an issue. So just keep an eye on performance and see what happens.
Next question.
Jettel Gersvold is back in with on Windows, Unreal Engine doesn't recognize USDZ. Do I need to be on an Unreal on a Mac for that?
There should be a plugin. It should support it. I'm going to defer to Kelly on this one.
Nope. USDZ is still pretty new. USD and USDZ are still a pretty new format, so they may not be fully supported so far. I don't know what is the easiest way to go from USDZ to OBJ if you need to. Maybe Blender. I think does Blender style.
You could do it in Blender. I'm using Maya. So actually, Sky earlier today sent me a USDZ of a scan that he did with an iOS device, and I have it open in Maya, and I could easily export as FBX or OBJ. So it is transportable, but you could definitely do it with Blender. So there's a free solution that would do that. I'm a little surprised that there wouldn't be a plugin that's already available for Unreal. So I'll look into that and maybe come back to that next week.
Next question.
Ed Rubin of Oakland, California. I'm running Unreal on a Mac. What are the pros and cons of PC versus Mac for this app?
So there's a couple things. One, live video input-output support is way better on the PC. There's a lot of hurdles on the Mac side for live video input-output. Another thing is that Unreal Engine, at the moment, Unreal Engine's support of real-time ray tracing is reliant on the NVIDIA RTX GPU technologies, which are not supported on the Mac side. So if you're really interested in doing real-time ray tracing and utilizing all of those, the high-fidelity imagery that you can get from that, you'll want to be on the PC side. Okay. Other than that, I mean, most things are doable on the Mac. And so like when we do the Mac on this virtual production side, I mean, you can load in a video file and you can key it exactly the way you would on a PC, and that still works.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
Unreal does support AMD's newest, what is it, the 5700 XT? Whatever the newest line of graphics cards has ray tracing hardware built into it. So it does support it. It is just significantly slower than the equivalent priced NVIDIA, but I don't know how that works on a Mac specifically, but the hardware is there on AMD.
That's great. Next question.
Talak Miguel Lopez Waterman, our friend, says, the next question, I see many lights in Nic's example file. Can I control them via ArtNet from my favorite lighting console?
My guess is with OSC, you control them.
Yeah, you can control them using, there's an OSC plugin. Also, DMX allows it. You basically are you're going to use a blueprint to map those input values to, intensity values, color values. In fact, Unreal on the Epic launcher. Let me see if I can.
There's a really interesting possibility there of being able to move your lights up and down and have the your background adjust render automatically with your lights being up or down, so your physical lights on the subject are going up and down and the background is being affected accordingly. It's interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to share that, that Epic launcher, that's like the first step in installing Unreal Engine, has this Learn tab, and there's loads of, lots of things, including, of course, the virtual studio that we're working with, but there's also one that's a DMX previs sample, and I believe the DMX plugin is activated in here, and so that you could actually feed, connect this to a DMX board and actually control the light stage here, and that's exactly what this demo is, and it's free.
Next question.
Eddie Martinez of Sacramento is next with, how do I troubleshoot errors on loading a project? On a Mac, the project loads without errors. On a PC, I was able to clear 82 of 84 errors, and then he has a link, and this is for Nic's Virtual Studio project.
And I think we kind of addressed that. Yeah, that those are kind of vestiges of the past. You probably don't need to sort them out.
Yeah, ignore them.
Yeah. Next question.
Paul Przyzkowski, Gainesville, Florida, is up next with Unreal. Your videos are great. During this series of classes, will you review how a camera operator can move a camera within the virtual studio that outputs NDI?
So probably not within the context of the formal presentation, but obviously in terms of asking a question, certainly. The one biggest challenge you'll have with an NDI source is that you're not going to necessarily be able to genlock the video feed from the camera with Unreal Engine's calculations. If you're going to move the camera, you'll normally want a hardware connection like SDI that can be locked to the engine, and you'll want a professional camera tracker, and there's a variety of these. Blacktrax makes one. There's Stipe, there's Moses. Again, you could use a full motion capture system like Vicon or OptiTrack, and these capture systems will track. And again, you could use a Vive tracker as a low-cost entry-level version. Essentially, you're tracking three-dimensionally. Where is the camera right now? and then you're connecting that with where the camera that's rendering the background in Unreal is located within Unreal, and that you can connect those things. But synchronization is pretty important. There are some moves that if you just move slow enough and gradually enough, that audience won't necessarily catch glitches. Another common trick is to just make sure you don't show the talent's feet touching the floor, because if you're just doing a head and shoulders shot and the camera is moving horizontally, you'll get that parallax and depth of field effect, but the lockstep, the absolute precise connection within a frame is not as critical. So there's a few ways that you can do that.
Next question.
Moving on to Ed Rubin of Oakland, California. What would be the minimum equipment and tools to do live motion tracking in production?
Well, the minimum I would say is the Vive, right?
Yeah. Minimum is you need like 2 Vive towers and a tracker. And there are ways that you can get just those 3 bits of hardware connected through Steam and get them working even without the Vive headset and track.
What we've done is, these is literally the handset. And what we've done is print, and I think you can find them now. When we started doing it, we would literally print them, and you print them out so you could attach it to your camera. Things like cheese plate, like cages for your camera, make it a little easier to get it kind of affixed to where you want it. And then the Vive, even though it's not designed for it, you can print something to hold on to it. Go ahead, Nick.
I mean, there are a number of entry points, because there is actually an iOS app that you can use your iPhone as a tracking source, and it'll just use the AR technology inside the iPhone. It's not precise or tracked necessarily in terms of gen-locked or anything like that, but I think it's an absolutely valid way to get started with it, rather than having to buy. If you just happen to already have an iPhone and you've got Unreal Engine installed, you could get started there.
Next question.
Moving on to Kjell, again, back from Tromsø, Norway. Is the Xsense motion capture suit still the king of the hill when it comes to motion capture of humans mapped to Rig 3D characters, or are there better options out there now?
So the Xsense suit is definitely one of the highest end versions of inertial motion capture. I think that it's still probably one of the more expensive modes. Now, what's interesting is I believe Xsense as a company does sell individual inertial trackers, and just to bring everybody up to speed, an inertial tracker basically uses the same technology, functionally that's in your phone that tracks, where's my phone and what angle is it, and boils that down into a small plastic chip that you can wear, and they'll embed it into essentially a sweatsuit, tracksuit, athletic suit, so that you can move around, and the data from all of those sensors peppered throughout the suit drives motion inside a tool like Unreal Engine. So I know that there's Perception Neuron and Rococo, so there's at least those 3 major brands doing it. I personally prefer optical systems. I was going to say
the inertial systems. Xsense is the king of the heap when it comes to inertial systems, but it's kind of their inertial systems are not considered the most precise, of what's available. So I think you're using a Vicon.
Yeah, so my Vicon system, I'm using Vantage cameras, and so they're shooting hundreds of frames per second at 5 megapixel, and they're seeing a
and how many cameras are in your? How many cameras?
So we have 16, which is actually a low number compared to someplace like Sony has their own proprietary system, and they might have plural hundreds of cameras in theirs. We also have an OptiTrack system, and I love the OptiTrack system for virtual production. It has the resolution we need. We'll use the Vicon system for more demanding scenarios, or if we have, more actors and we're doing full body, and maybe they're even doing Irish dancing or something like that. But OptiTrack actually was the system that was used in the first season of Mandalorian. Was the hardware underlying it. Now, of course, the folks that work there, they're writing their own custom software. They're using some other custom hardware in between. But the optical systems are kind of really the standard bearer when it comes to virtual production tracking. There's also I think I mentioned earlier, things like Moses and like Blacktracks is actually built on top of OptiTrack. There's Moses and a few other systems that just do a single motion capture camera placed on top of a camera, and it's pointing up at reflectors in the ceiling. And so those things are designed for broadcast cameras. And
when you think about digital world, so we had an OptiTrack system for a long time, 36 camera prime system. And in that case, we had, just to kind of think about what you can do with Unreal. Now, in this case, we were doing that test in Unity early on, but you could do the same thing in Unreal, where we have a character, and you could pop that character up on a phone and look at it standing on a desk in front of you, and you could talk to that character. We were piping your video to a screen in front of the character that was at our biggest test. When we were doing this as a test, was 10 miles away. So you have 10, you're like looking at them. It could have been 1,000 miles or 3,000 miles away. You're talking to them. And when you say, raise your hand, they'd raise your hand. And it was something about, as soon as someone saw that little character was responding to them live, a whole lot of synapses went off, and it was the next step of it, we were going to put a gymnast in, or someone in that could actually do something really cool, because the first thing they said was do a flip, and the person we had in there was like, I can't do a flip.
Take a look at Sony Boundless. If you do a Google search for Sony Boundless, you land on Sony's page. This is a virtual concert that they produced with Madison Beer. And so Madison was in LA on the motion capture stage at Sony, and the motion capture director, I'm not sure, let's just say he was plural thousands of miles away, and she was being streamed into Unreal Engine on stage in LA, and then that data was being streamed to the director from thousands of miles away, and he was in a VR headset. And so I know that much is actually shared publicly on YouTube.
And we've been doing real-time connections to this for 15 years. It's not super new as far as what's going on. Yeah, it's been around. Next question.
Moving on, Benjamin Attaput, our friend here in the panel, says from San Carlos, California, how can a live video feed be moved into Unreal on a Mac? Are there NDI Siphon virtual camera or webcam options?
So it is possible. I have to confess that I'm brand new to Unreal Engine on a Mac, and I specifically did that for office hours so I could support Mac users in this in general. What I've seen is that you can set up the USB input, but you actually have to build the project as an application and set it up so that the application that you build will then ask the OS for permission to use the camera and then actually utilize it. I did find there is a tutorial from a company called Agora that actually builds a Zoom alternative. They have their own video conferencing technology, and they actually have tutorials on how to use their plugin with Unreal Engine on a Mac, getting that live USB video going. I have not had the time to go through all of that, but I would maybe point you in that direction and have you go down that rabbit hole. And for me, I said, I have it working on the PC, and so I'm going to stick with that.
There we go. Next question.
One of the things, I will say that one of the best accessories you can get for your Mac for virtual production in Unreal is a PC. And it's just treat it as an accessory. It's this add-on, and just use your Mac for everything that you really want to do.
And I think Benjamin might have the wherewithal to figure out how to do this. So I think if he knows that it's possible, I think I'm not too concerned about Benjamin figuring this out. All right, next question.
I would like to learn it from Ben.
Yeah, we'll learn from Benjamin. All right, next question.
Eddie Martinez in Sacramento up next with, can you bring in an LED TV screen, an 85-inch, as a background behind a seated talent and build the extended virtual room around that TV screen?
So are you talking about actually having a physical television? I don't know if this person's in the panel that could answer me if they're talking about having a physical television screen behind the talent instead of a green
I'm going to read
screen.
it as that you have an LED television screen that's 85 inches, and then there's a background. It's seated behind the talent, and then the extended virtual room is around the TV screen. And I think that what you could do there is you would... The only problem you'd have is if the person reaches past the monitor, because what you would do is you'd map like a matte painting. You would have an alpha channel that knocked out. You'd have the virtual area, and then you'd knock out where the screen is. And as long as the person sits inside of that screen, I would usually do it the other way around.
Yes. Yeah. So I'll say that the answer is yes. If you're planning on moving your camera, now you're going to need a really precise tracking system. Ideally, that LED TV has Genlock sync on it. The thing is that you can set up basically blocking geometry in your Unreal scene that for the compositor ends up being matte objects, and so they will actually essentially garbage matte any of the live studio that's outside the frame of the television screen, and then you can absolutely do that. You'll have to go down the rabbit hole of end display. So there's quite a few things to get in there, but the answer is yes, it's totally doable.
Next question.
Catchell is back with when mapping a video feed to a plane in Unreal, do you make that plane always face the active camera in order to avoid the warped image, or are there other workarounds?
So you do have a certain degree of freedom.
And Nick, I'm going to push you into like a speed round because we're going to try to close these out so you can actually do a demo. So just answer them as quickly as possible.
The short answer is that you have a little bit of freedom for a little bit of motion where you don't have to aim the plane directly at the camera. The other answer is that if you search Pixel Prof on YouTube, that's my YouTube channel, and I do have a tutorial on how you can set up a blueprint that keeps your plane pointed at the camera.
Next question.
Moving on to Claudio in Rome, and Claudio says, oops, didn't click. Just to have a bird's eye view, is possible to know how the 4 weeks will be split to understand the arguments that will be covered. So I think he's looking for a roadmap for these lessons here.
Yeah, so our plan is for today, we'll just look at building a set in a little bit. Next week, we'll be focused on video, using video files, video input, video output, getting that into Unreal settings. Third week, where we're looking at cameras, setting up your cameras and camera animation, movement, that sort of thing. And then the fourth week, it might be an assembly of, questions that we've gotten over the previous 3 weeks. We might get into the floating holographic screens with, a video output. So that's the 30,000 foot view of what we're planning.
Okay.
Next question.
Chris Fritchie of Trumbull, Texas is next. If I use Modo, M-O-D-O, should I use the Unreal Engine materials textures, or will Unreal do fine with Modo materials and textures?
So textures it'll do fine with. So what's always happening though is Unreal Engine, you have to treat it as its own rendering engine. So Unreal has its own materials systems. I believe there is some kind of importer exporter that Kelly's nodding, so I'm going to hand this one to Kelly.
Yeah, there's a Modo plugin in the Unreal marketplace you can get, and then I'll take care of everything, transferring from one to the other.
That's great. Yep. Next question.
Courtney Gooden here in Hollywood, normal panel member. When I loaded your virtual studio project, I got a long list of failed to load messages.
Yep, we saw that.
Covered that.
Next question.
Original S9 VP in London, Unreal, and earlier NDI was mentioned regarding the output of this kind of project in Teams in answer to my question. Is that with all applications running on the same computer and laptop?
It wouldn't need to, right? Go ahead. Nick.
It doesn't need to, but it can. So actually, again, on my YouTube channel, I have a, YouTube or Zoom and Unreal Engine tutorial that specifically uses NDI on a single computer. If you have the processing power, it's doable.
Next question.
Gordon Lake, Los Angeles. If you're starting with a Vive tracker, can you pull off a tracking shot with a DSLR and a laptop?
So the answer is yes. I mean, it probably won't be absolutely precise. Again, you can do some planning tricks to make sure you're not showing contact between the live action and the Unreal scene. So as long as you're not actually seeing that contact point, you could probably get away with it. So it is possible, but you won't have the precision necessary to have like an actual Unreal Engine object sitting on a real live floor, or vice versa, a live action element sitting on an Unreal Engine floor. That contact will show off the disparity between synchronization and calibration.
Yep. Next question.
Courtney has an interesting one here. If you have the surfaces of your holographic displays in front of you set as emissive, when the video on the holographic screen changes, does it change the light falling on your face opposite that display? For example, a red picture on the virtual screen casting a red hue on your face.
So I don't have it set up that way directly in Unreal. I suppose it's possible. The thing is that it actually does happen because physically I have the screen that's this hologram is physically here on my desk next to me. And the screen that is this hologram is here. So if I were to open up, like right now, I probably have a little bit of blue light coming onto me from Bill's backdrop.
I noticed that when we
physically here.
When we cut to someone with a green screen behind them, your face got a little greener, and I wondered if that was part of Unreal doing that or if that was something else.
That's just happening because of the natural world. Yeah, and that is one aspect of virtual production in general on these LED stages. One of the natural benefits is that, you know, if you've got shiny things like heroes who wear reflective armor or glossy motorcycles, everything on those LED screens is naturally reflected on the talent in the scene.
So, Nick, how are you cropping out? You have a monitor then, obviously, that is displaying the same thing that you're seeing on your holograph.
It's just outside the field of view.
Sorry, I'm going to keep pushing us forward. We're going to get to the next one. Yep, next question.
Okay, moving. Original 9 VP in London says NDI was mentioned regarding outputting this kind of project to teams.
I think we did that. I think we got that one. Yep.
Okay, so Kathleen says, how will the course be broken down time-wise? First hour questions, then class. How long will each class be?
Each one of these is going to be an hour and a half. Usually the first day is when we have the most questions because people just it's kind of a general, that we've had this in the past. So that they're just kind of a general kind of getting our wits about us. And sometimes a little too advanced, sometimes it's a little too simple, but that's been, it'll typically be shorter. Our target, as we look at most of the questions, will be 20 minutes at the beginning will be Q&A. So you'll notice we had that with AWS. It went really long, and then it kind of tightened up. And so Nick will have to pace himself when he sees 20 questions of like 1 minute a question. And you saw Andy it was slow in the first one on Andy's, and then after that he just buzzsaws through the questions as we go through it. I think what we'll probably end up doing as we move into the next ones is questions that are, and again, this is a blank playing field, so questions were coming from everything. As we move forward, we'll spend more time answering questions that are related to the program, and we'll answer general questions a little bit faster. So that's kind of the approach. And so the goal really is 20 minutes of Q&A, then 20 minutes of demo, 15, 20 minutes of demo, then the rest of it just being lab where we're working together and asking questions. And so this one will go till 11:30. Might slide over a little bit if the demo runs a little late, but then as we go into it, we're hoping to get 45 minutes to an hour of demo or of lab time every day. So anyway, go ahead, Nick. I think we're ready for the demo. I think we're past all the questions. Yeah. We're ready for us to show us what you've been working on.
Okay. Well, because there are so many folks here that are brand new to this, there is a really important thing to point out about Unreal Engine, and that is the Epic Game Launcher itself. That's kind of like that first program that you install, which then subsequently puts the engine onto your computer. There's two really, really important areas of that. Number one is Learn. There's a lot of fantastic material. Honestly, the company Epic that makes Unreal is one of the best in the digital content creation industry in terms of documenting and providing learning materials. So this is where you start digging deeper outside of our office hours. And inside here, there are a number of free scenes, free sets of assets to download that, we started out with the virtual studio, and this is where we'll live for this particular thing. But there's a subway sequencer. This is basically an entire mini short movie made in Unreal Engine, and it's all the source code. Everything is there, and you can open it and look at it. Same thing with Infiltrator demo. And there's loads and loads of assets, meaning the geometry, the textures, the materials, the movie sets per se. They're all in here. So this is one area to look in. And then the other, super important because it's timely, the marketplace has this area that's free for the month. And what happens is every first Tuesday of the month, this will change over and have a different set of content. Normally this content costs money. So this advanced vehicle system here right now, it's normally an $80 product, and it's free for the month of March. And Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, this will all go away and there'll be a new set of content there. And so if you're new to Unreal, you want to do this right away before Tuesday. Just buy all this free stuff, and you don't have to give it a credit card or anything. Just hit the free button, get it into your library. if I look at my personal library right now, it is full of stuff, and all of it was free. And some of it was free just for a given month. So if I were to go into something like, I'm trying to find one that I know for a fact was, I think there's a supermarket that was free a previous month. But anyway, long story short, some of these things were only free for a given month. And then after that month, anyone else that wants it needs to pay for it. The nice thing is it doesn't have to be installed on your computer. It's just now in your Epic account, in your library as a free asset. And now you have that to use from this day forward. So I definitely encourage you to go to the marketplace and get that free stuff while you can.
And you just list it under free? You just look at it for free? You look for free stuff, or do you just go to the free section?
So when you go click on Marketplace in the launcher, this section right here, free for the month, first of all, get that right away. Right. That's the things that's temporarily free. So you want to get that. Once you've gotten it, it's then free forever for you. Right. After that, you can click on this free button right here, also in the Marketplace. And this stuff is generally, for the most part, free forever stuff. And so there are characters, there are other sets, there are, entire worlds in here. Sometimes it's assets for building worlds. You'll see that there's an entire area for something called Megascans. Megascans is created by Quixel, which is a company that Epic acquired, that makes these super high fidelity 3D scans from the real world of trees and rocks and all sorts of walls and environments and ruins. So those are things that'll be for free forever. This Downtown West, for example, is actually a 3D rebuilt environment that's actually a street in Colorado. I think maybe Boulder, Colorado, or something like that. Completely recreated in Unreal Engine and debrandified. But these things. This is, I think, in the free forever category right now. So these are definitely things that you can explore, and anything that you see in these free categories are things that you can bring into your virtual production sets, and treat them like Lego kits or play sets, really, to bring those in. So yeah, those are the first things to introduce for anyone who is new to this. The one thing that you'll want to be careful of is if you have a low power computer with low storage, you definitely want to get yourself some, like a terabyte or two of storage to dedicate to downloading those things. So the nice thing is that once you bring them in, so this is the virtual set that my kind of intro to do this before you come on Saturday to get the most out of it. This is one example, and I picked this one because it is kind of like a broadcast set scenario. It is very well designed, and there's a lot of really useful assets, and it's also lightweight. This will work on a Mac, that works on a PC. And there's a lot of really nice little assets. And so what I wanted to show is, how do you dig into those assets and how do you put them to use for your own things? And so one thing is that anything that you see in here, you can find the underlying geometry we call a mesh. So this desk, for example, if I click on the desk, you'll see over here in the details that there's a static mesh, and that's the Unreal terminology for the geometry, the actual three-dimensional shape of this. And so if I click this magnifying glass, then down here in my content area, this will actually show me where that file is in the structure of my content. So in Unreal Engine, this is the viewport. This is where we actually see what we're working on. Here on the left, I've got place actors. This is where if I wanted to put a cube into my scene, I could click and drag that cube into the scene, and I can just move it around. If I tap the W key, by the way, that gives me this move it around widget. If I tap E, now I can rotate. And if I tap R, now I can scale it. So this is, some of the basic controls. Right now, if I hit W, I can move in what's called world space. This is moving front to back, left to right, up and down in relative to the world. And there's a little button in the viewport here that lets me change between this world reference. It's showing a world right now. If I click on this, now I'm in object reference. And now you can note that since this object is rotated, I can move it up and down relative to the position of the cube. This is really useful later on when we work with cameras, because we really want to move relative to the direction that the lens is pointing. Delete key removes something from that level. So that's this, placing actors. I can drag and drop anything from over here. Here on the right side, this is my world outliner. So everything in the world has a line in this outliner. And so if I click on the desk, there it is in the outliner. Another thing that I could do is if I click on something in the outliner, I don't know where that is in the viewport. I can bring my mouse over the viewport and tap the F key, and I go right to that. And there it is. Okay, what do you know? It's a circle light in the ceiling up here. And so if I want to go back down here, maybe I'm just using my mouse wheel to roll forward. I can hold Alt and my middle mouse button click to move up and down vertically. I'm using my mouse wheel to roll backward or roll forward. Again, I could click an object like this little game controller that's in the middle here, tap F to frame that up, fit it into the scene. And I'm using Alt and my left mouse button to kind of orbit around. And so, those are some of the basic controls. Again, the importance of this object being down here in the content down here in the bottom, this is what's called our content browser. And this is where all the files are and the individual, what we call assets. Everything in our scene is an asset of some kind. So I could click the floor, for example, and that's being highlighted because there's all of these things grouped together. And again, I can click on the magnifying glass, and here's the mesh that is that floor. And also, interestingly, if I click that asset in the scene, I also have materials. So I can display, this has multiple materials, and that's what happens to light when it hits this geometry. Does it look like wood? Does it look like plastic? Does it look like metal? Those are defined by the materials. So just as an example, I could click on this mesh for this angled wall, drag it out, and now that angled wall is part of my set. This angled wall has a material that's metal and a material that's white. Again, inside my content, as part of this little kit, there's this mod folder, which I believe stands for modules or, modular. If I double click in that, I have a folder that's materials. If I double click in that, I have a whole bunch of materials. So if I want this, instead of to look like metal, I'd like it to look like wood. I can grab this wood, drag it and drop it onto this metal, and now the metal's been replaced with wood. If this white plastic is something that I want to glow, I can grab this glowing material and drag and drop that and replace that. And now I've got glow. So this one piece of geometry, this one mesh, can have a lot of different looks. And I can just essentially drag and drop these different materials to change how that wall looks. And then if I like what I see, I can hold my Alt key, and you can see here's my little move gizmo, right? So I've selected this object, tap W. If I hold Alt when I drag this, I actually get a second copy. And so I can build over time a much larger wall by just making copy, copy, copy.
So how many people here have been have downloaded, just to kind of have downloaded Unreal? They're all okay, a bunch of us here. And have you set? So Nick, and I have to admit, I watched your video earlier when I said it was great, and you should put it up. And I can't remember what I looked at. I downloaded it. I created a new project. My project is stuck at 39%. Does anyone else have that? Like I just created, should I create it? Because I'm assuming I have to import that asset into a base project. Is that right?
So actually the way that the Unreal and the Virtual Studio project gets downloaded, it's already a standalone project. So you won't have to copy that into anything else. You can, if you follow along with do this first.
RTFM.
Yeah. It's not just that. I mean, it is confusing. There's a lot of stuff in here. So, but part of why I chose this one in particular is it's already in a self-contained project. So you can, up here in content, let's see, I think you go into, there's somewhere in here, there is, maps, there we go. So if we go into maps, this Trackerless Studio, this is that studio. So you could right click and duplicate this and start messing around without messing with what you downloaded. Right. Or you could also right click in empty space and create a new level and build up from scratch. If you'd like, I could do that too. And then again, Pixel Prof is my YouTube channel. And so you could go in there and there is a getting started with the Virtual Studio. One thing is that I originally recorded that a year ago when there were a lot more assets in here. So I might need to update those to reflect the current state of the virtual studio. But the principles all still apply.
Yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, and when I installed it, Alex, mine stuck at 39% for a long time. You just have to be patient because it took like 45 minutes. It's stuck at one number for a long time.
Okay, so
Go
I'm
out
not
and
the
have a
only one.
nice
I was
cup of
like,
tea.
okay, do whatever. And it's created. So when I go into the launcher, I see it. Like it's there. It just yeah. I don't know exactly. It's still sitting there right now.
What's generally happening is the very first time that you download something that's like a project, and this is the very first project you're ever opening in Unreal Engine. Unreal is going to compile some things. It's going to process some things. So a lot of this data is brought to your computer in as compressed a way as possible. And then Unreal Engine is going to want to process all of that. The light at the end of the tunnel is once you've gotten through that once, the projects do upload or open up pretty quickly.
Well, one of the things I found is that if I'm doing right now is I just quit it and then I go into the launcher, and when I open it up the second time, it's just immediately starting to load. Like it's like, so it seems like it just hung at 39%. And it finally, on your end, it might have finally gotten through, but now it's just walking through it. It's just working through it. So it's a interesting issue.
And this is that same exact studio on a Mac. And so this is the Mac next to me, and you've got all the same things. It looks identical, except I didn't update the logos on this one.
Real quick, we're going to jump into speed. We're going to do speed questions, and then we'll keep working on this stuff. I think what we're going to do at 11:30 is for those that want to peel off and play with what Michael Ball is working on. Do that. We'll leave this one open because it's not conflicting, and so we can do. You all can work amongst yourselves, or I know Nick has got a limited amount of time for us, and so
I can stick around for a little bit today.
Yeah. So anyway, let's go answer a couple more questions real quick.
Sam Greenwood of Toronto. When I was installing the engine, I noticed that the Unreal leaves a process running after being closed. It's specifically an Unreal process, not the Epic launcher. Is that normal? And he notes he's running Windows.
I actually haven't seen that on my system, so that I don't think that sounds normal. Kelly is scouring as well, so it doesn't.
Yeah, it's not something I've experienced either.
Okay. Next question.
Jettel says from Tromsø, Norway, does 3D models that you want to import into Unreal need to be combined into one mesh, or can you import a 3D model that is just multiple meshes clustered together?
So the answer is yes to both. If you really want to have a well-organized asset, you'll want to have them, that a static mesh, it's a single mesh for a collected asset. Again, I think Kelly is actually going to be the expert on this, and maybe he's got some notes for you.
Yeah, it'll work either way. That gets into some efficiencies that would get kind of into the weeds if we wanted to go down that road, but it'll work either way.
It seems like
the one thing to note.
How do you define it? Like, so if you have a mechanical object, would you want to bring those in as separate objects or as at least separate meshes?
So one of the really important things is that, in a tool like Maya, for example, there is a lot of extra data stored in the process of building assets, and things like where that little pivot point is can end up in different places, and you do grouping and all that. So it's really important to delete out all of that history. I usually export as an FBX, Foxtrot Bravo X-ray file, so that that's a nice compact file format that's really easily transportable, and that discards a lot of that history. But one of the things is really important is, like, if you have a mechanical arm and different struts and different hinges and different pieces are actually separate meshes, when you bring those into Unreal Engine, all of those meshes will actually become a separate Unreal asset. And if each of those assets had a different pivot point in a different place in the world in the content creation tool, when you try to drag them into your scene, they won't automatically assemble into the right place. So you just want to be careful that the pivot points are, common and they're well defined, so that when you bring them in, that everything falls into place, naturally.
Go ahead, Duncan.
And maybe Kelly has a thought on that. I don't.
And Duncan had his hand up.
I just want to note that you can also combine the assets in Unreal and do some rudimentary 3D modeling, like cut a mesh. Yep.
Next question.
Comes from Sam Greenwood in Toronto. How do I re-enter my view?
I'm sorry, re-enter
my view.
Your view?
You might have to ask that again, Sam. I'm not sure exactly what that means. So let's go to the next question.
Okay. Gudrun Maas of Lake of Constance, Germany says, where could I find a list of shortcuts for Unreal Engine?
Google? Kelly?
That's a good question. I would like to know myself.
Yeah. Yeah, let us know. All right.
I'm pretty sure.
Good.
I'm sure
Benjamin?
there's a documentation one. Yeah.
Yep. It's if you go to your preferences inside Unreal Engine, there is a tab on the left that gives you all the keyboard shortcuts. I think you can customize them.
Okay, perfect. Next question.
TJ Asher here from the panel, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Where was that magnifying glass icon to look at a particular asset?
So when you select the asset on the right side of the screen, so on the right side, there's like the transformations, different colors. When you select an asset, the magnifying glass is going to show up right under where it says static mesh, and then it'll be the name of that particular mesh, and there's a magnifying glass right there. So I'm sorry, I can't zoom into it. I guess I need to work on my Telestrator game.
Next question.
Chris Comfort of New York says, can assets from sites like TurboSquid, HDRI Haven, and Polygon be used in Unreal?
Yeah, as long as you can download them in a format that's OBJ, FBX, USDZ, and Kelly, are there other formats that are natively supported? Otherwise, you could pass through Blender to get it to the supported formats.
The main ones I can think of. There's probably
I've
more.
seen mostly OBJ and FBX. So yeah, that's fine.
That's the main
Thank
ones.
Yeah, those. I mean, OBJ is kind of still the lingua franca, so to speak, of getting things back and forth between things. I mean, FBX was
Lowest
supposed to be
common
that.
denominator.
Yeah, lowest common denominator. It definitely, you give up a lot. FBX can carry a lot more data, and I kind of feel like there was OBJ, or otherwise known as the Wavefront. There was so there used to be before it was Autodesk Maya. Just a little history lesson. Maya was Alias Wavefront. Before that, it was Alias. So Alias.
I forgot to mention Alembic as well. ABC files. Alembic is also natively supported.
And so, but USDZ is right. FBX is probably the next one up that carries a lot more data from OBJ. So you can carry animation data, lighting data, etc. Most likely, at least what the trend looks like, is USDZ will be the future. Like this is the USD Universal Scene Description created by Pixar, and then USDZ. Apple figured out, oh, why don't we zip it up? And so anyway, so that's what USDZ is. With a lot of the coming, it's an open format, so people can use it for a lot of different things, and it carries an enormous amount of data. And Apple's probably going to make it pretty popular coming up soon. Next question.
Ronnie Hofsale of Tromsø, Norway says, what is the absolute easiest place to start learning Unreal coming from broadcast? Are there curated tutorials out there someplace?
So a lot of the tutorials that I put on my channel were intended to, based on this population in office hours when, COVID first hit us and we all got in, and I really wanted to be able to make an easy on-ramp. So Pixel Prof is the channel, and I'm not trying to promote it to get anything. Everything's out there for free. But it was specifically designed to start from this broadcast point of view. And there's a lot of information about how to incorporate, an SDI input and use Blackmagic hardware in there. So you could start there and ask questions here. This would be a great on-ramp. Ask more questions here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're still figuring this whole process out, but I think that what we're going to try to spend a lot more time doing, and probably have a little bit more open-ended in the afternoons, coming up, is us playing with it, just figuring it out. I would encourage folks to, like, I'm in it now. I don't know how many. I promised Nick. Nick asked me a couple times. He's like, "You are going to play along, aren't you?" Because usually I'm really busy, and he gave me he
share
shamed
your
me
screen
into
or
it.
it didn't happen. Telestrate it or it didn't happen.
I can't. Okay. While you guys talk, I'll do. My problem is it's a PC and I don't have it wired into the switcher. But I have to find another. I have to find another thing. But I have it. Hold on.
Next question, Bill.
I love that.
Is there another
Unfortunately,
question?
we have no more questions. But the question, it's like Telestrator didn't happen is my favorite line of the day.
Telestrator, if it didn't happen yet. Tag nabbit.
We do have one for Sky, but Sky, well, since we're just vamping for time, Sky asked if the link's available for the 5 p.m. cooking together thing.
That
today.
went out. That went out with the email this morning, so you should see a link there to
Okay, so
register
go back
for
to
it. So it should be out there. And I'm trying to see if this is gonna. Oh, I did push it all the way in.
And again, for that broadcast question, ask your questions here because I mean you've got, and it's not just me. I mean, there's Kelly
Right.
and Nicholas and quite a few people that are been working in this space for some time, and so this is a great place because you get that you could pop the question in as you're thinking of it, and get an answer. Kelly, go ahead.
By the way, I just before we go, and I just need to.
Oh, that's
see, there it
cheating.
is. There it is. So
Okay.
I have.
All right.
Just want to say that I will get it into the Telestrator soon. So anyway, go ahead.
I was going to say specifically for broadcast, there is a really good Facebook virtual production group that you can join that will have a lot of
Matt
people also
Workman's-
going through that same stuff.
Yeah, Unreal Engine for virtual production is Matt Workman created that well over a year ago. I mean, he's been at this for a while, and there's quite a few of us. That's I spend more time there on Facebook. If I'm on Facebook, that's probably where I am.
And the goal though is to keep on having us. I mean, definitely spend time over there. Once you've got this installed, to play with it, show what you've been working on, and ask questions here. For the next 4 weeks to see if we can get a bunch of us up to speed. Go ahead, Chris.
I must have installed this a long time ago on my computer, and I have a separate icon just for launching Unreal Engine. Do you ever, Nick, launch Unreal Engine just by itself, or do you always go through the Epic Games interface? I mean, I saw some obvious reasons why you'd want to go through Epic Games because of those freebies, of those monthly things, and the learning. But do you ever just launch it as Unreal without the Epic Games first?
Yes, on occasion.
Okay.
Honestly, just out of habit. One of the things that I'm a fan of is I pretty much want to make a daily browse through of that marketplace because sometimes things become free without being announced, and they're old things, so they've been in the marketplace a long time. They're buried down, pages in, and all of a sudden it's there and it's free. So I've kind of made it a habit to open up the launcher, hit marketplace, hit free, page through at 100 items a page, and if I see anything new, ooh, that's useful, and then and since I'm already there, then I launch Unreals. But you can obviously launch it independently. Sometimes I'll launch it from a project. Kelly, I don't know, are there command prompt tags that you can use? Because I know like when I use Nuke, Houdini, and a lot of other content creation tools, there are advantages to launching from the command line because you can feed it some extra parameters. I don't know if you have any suggestions there.
There are. I haven't dived very far into that, but there are command lines if you want to go that route. I also usually go with the marketplace when I open it, just because of getting updates, any of that kind of stuff. My work's a little weirdly focused. If I was working on just one project, I might not go to the marketplace. But
it's a good question.
Actually, I have a few more that have come in since. Bobby Rafferty of Rockford, Maryland. Can you change your preference for your user, where your user directory is located? Mine's on documents on the C drive.
Yeah, absolutely. Epic Launcher lets you do that. So under Epic Launcher, you go to settings and you can change your vault location. Also, when you install the engine itself, if I were to go in my library and say I wanted to add a new version, I could go new version here. when I click install, I have the opportunity to choose somewhere else. So I actually have a 2 terabyte external SSD. So I tend to do my Unreal stuff over here. And the same is true of, and then I don't want this. So just, there we go, never installed. Anytime you're, adding to project or creating a project, you usually, like here, create a project. This particular asset is something I get the option to pick where it goes. So you do always have those options.
And when you add to the project, if you add to a base project, how do you get to it in the project? So I added one.
So,
I added a virtual set studio, but then I don't know where it is inside the project.
Yeah, so
itself.
it'll, in your content down here, it usually will have a new folder by that name. So like in this case, this is my personal virtual world that I'm in. And in that, the virtual studio kit is here. And so this is the old version.
Is it the maps that I'm looking for
the maps will have the levels, right? So the maps folder has the actual sets.
So the sets are really
map
game. That's the
yeah, exactly. Some of that terminology still comes with us.
Yeah. Next question.
We've actually got a bunch more that are flooding in here, and I just wanted to note that it's 11:28 for those who are interested.
And I think we added. Did Michael Ball jump in here? I think he had his hand up here. Michael.
No, maybe
Michael Ball's here. His video's off. We'll see if he turns it back on. Go ahead.
Okay. Carl Marsher from New York. I have tried importing objects from Cinema 4D, but the surfaces do not transfer in. Some of my scenes have hundreds of surfaces. How do I get them into Unreal? OBJ does not include surfaces. FBX did not transfer surfaces.
If they're materials, they won't come. You might have more trouble. Go ahead, Nick.
Right. So double check your FBX export options, because FBX, I know in Maya, for example, when I'm exporting an FBX, I have the option of embedding the media or not. Now, your materials won't transfer one for one. What'll end up happening usually is if you'll get a different socket for each material that you had, and you'll have to essentially assemble those materials again in Unreal. The textures will come over. So if double check your FBX exporter, I know in Maya I have to check a checkbox to say embed the media with this. The textures then come over and I get like a base material with those textures attached. So the specularity map is in there, the albedo or diffuse and such metalness, all of those things come over, but then they're connected with Unreal Engine's own material definition. And you may have to tweak that a little bit. To my knowledge, I don't know if there is a send to Unreal plugin for Cinema 4D like there is. Like there's a live link for Maya, there's one for Modo, I think was already mentioned. I'm not sure if Cinema 4D has one yet. Hopefully they'll make one soon.
Next question.
Ed Rubin of Oakland, California. Is there some listing or directory of studios that do live production with Unreal?
Many. I don't know if there's a directory.
And a lot of them, that's changing constantly. Again, I think the Unreal Engine group in Facebook that Kelly mentioned is a great place to just get a sense of the landscape, because there's constantly studios posting, we need people, so they're, we need an Unreal Engine person. There they go. There's one. You could also just search the one ads of like creativeheads.com and different things, because a lot of them are now like, you'll see, we need an Unreal Engine technical director.
And a quick announcement. I'm just going to interrupt
today.
I'm going to interrupt everybody for just a second. Michael Ball has set up it's in Mukana. You'll see a link if you want to peel off and jump into the Oyay for a little bit and see how this platform works. Go ahead and click on it. I'm going to jump over there for just a little bit and see what it looks like. But keep going. Keep talking amongst yourself.
I'll stay here for another 30 minutes or so.
Perfect. Thanks, Nick.
Basically, any studio that's doing post-production today is at the very least looking into Unreal Engine, if not actually like already using it. So,
Okay, moving on. Paul Prusakowski is the next question. To clarify my earlier question regarding NDI and camera, the goal is to create a movable virtual camera in a scene that outputs NDI. I can get a fixed view, but moving it is where I'm stuck. Can you help him?
Okay. Yeah, so what you'll need is some device on the camera that tracks its position in 3 dimensions. And depending on the cost and the professionalism of that device will depend on, will get you better and better fidelity. So you can start with something as simple as an iPhone, and there is a free virtual camera app for the iPhone that you can install, and it'll use the AR toolkit to feed 3-dimensional information into Unreal Engine. Obviously, the iPhone can't be synced with the frames of the camera going into Unreal Engine, so you'll get a little bit of disconnect in terms of time, but it will function, and it's a way of getting started. But ultimately, you need a tracking device on the camera that'll map its position 3-dimensionally, and then you'll connect that with a 3-dimensional camera position in Unreal Engine. And so that as you move the camera in 3D space in the real world, the camera that's rendering the background in Unreal Engine will move in concert with that. So iPhone or a Vive tracker, that's like the consumer entry level. And those are not the most precise, but they are functional. And then you could move on as high as, full motion capture systems or dedicated systems like Moses, Blacktracks, and the like. So I see Courtney has a hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Courtney.
I was just wondering if his question is that rather than tying a real virtual camera by tracking it, he was creating a virtual camera, just a virtual camera within his 3D scene, and he wanted to output the image from that virtual camera as an NDI stream. I think that was what he was asking.
So that is, okay, in case that is the inverse of the question, yes, that's totally possible. So every camera, what you can do is there's a free plugin for PC only from NewTek that is the NDI Unreal Engine plugin. It's part of their SDK. And you can install that, and that allows then that you can take any of the cameras, the Cine cameras in Unreal Engine, and they actually have something called a broadcast actor that's like all prepackaged for you. Just kind of drag and drop it into your scene like I did with the cube earlier. And then that camera will output an NDI feed into your scene. And you can move that camera and animate it, and it'll move, and its output will just come out the NDI.
All right. Jedel Jervol, again, this time, can you do the programming required through the blueprint nodes, or do you need to write some code from scratch?
So all of the programming necessary for most virtual production is generally supported in blueprints. When you get to a high-end studio, honestly, studios that are Mickey Mouse companies, they all have their own versions of Unreal Engine. You can download the source code for Unreal Engine from GitHub and make your own versions. And so, when you get up to that level, feature film and, major game studios tend to have their own version of Unreal Engine, and they're coding in C++, and adding on their own functionality. But really, for all the virtual production I'm doing here and demoing, all of the programming is doable in drag and drop blueprints. I don't know if Kelly, if you have any thoughts to share.
Yeah, you're right. There's been smaller games that have been released using solely blueprints. Most of virtual production stuff everything's done blueprints. Epic's been going all in with virtual production, trying to get as many features available as they can, so you can do most everything. And if you do have some beginning programming experience, you can also create your own nodes with C++ or Python, and with just minimal scripting just to get one function, and then just add that into your blueprints and then do some more. So there's a whole range of what you do. It's not blueprints or programming, it's however you need to get it done.
Ronnie Hosse is back with just asking what the iOS tracking app is called. It was mentioned just a minute ago, and can somebody put a link into Mukana?
I think it's just called Virtual Camera. Or is it U Remote? I have a U remote here that has an Unreal Engine logo on it. So that might be it.
So check those guys out. Let's continue to move on. Ronnie has another question here. Got a question about the new plugins for OS 10, OS X. After opening the plugins, I'm not able to figure out what to do. Where would you suggest somebody in Mac OS 10 start if they can't figure out where to go next?
So it depends on what plugins you're looking for. I mean, everything that's installed by default with Unreal Engine will be in there. There are plugins that do not support the Mac. So for example, the AJA interface board and the Blackmagic boards, those plugins are written for the PC and they're not supported on the Mac. Courtney, your hand is up.
Related question, newbie question too. Whenever I click on Unreal, it brings up a little message in the lower right-hand corner. It says new plugins are available. Does that mean versions of the plugins that it came default installed need to be updated, or does that mean they're trying to sell me some new plugins that might be available?
They're usually not trying to sell you on something,
So
but
if it says
I
plugins
generally
are available,
click dismiss on that.
Just hit dismiss.
It could be that there's something that needs an update, but I've generally clicked on dismiss. So just as a quick note, this is on my Mac, and then you can go into edit and plugins, and this will show everything. The built-in is everything built into the engine. One note is that the plugins, all the plugins that you would use for virtual production, like things like the media bundles and such, they'll automatically be added if you launch Unreal Engine. You have the opportunity of creating a new project, and then from this menu for selecting or creating a new project, there is an option for creating a project for film, television, and live events. And the reason you choose this versus games or architecture is that this new project will automatically incorporate the plugins that are typically used for media-related productions. So that way you don't have to worry about hunting and pecking and doing that, unless you have something special that you need to do. That should take care of what most of you need.
Sam Greenwood from Toronto's up next with how do I reset my position? I somehow got the zoom into a random blank section of the map.
I was going to ask that very question. Is there a return to home if you get out into the ether somewhere and get lost?
Personally, what I'll usually do is select something. Hopefully you're seeing my screen at this point, right? So
yes.
I might just select something that I know in the world outliner and then tap F, right? So I know where my Cine cameras are. So I can hit Cine camera 1 and tap the F key. And now I'm back right away to somewhere I know. Kelly, do you have any tips, tricks on that one?
Depending on this, I think this project has some bookmarks. So on your viewport, the top left, there's a little arrow drop down. You can see bookmarks, and then I'll have jump to bookmark 1, 2, 3. That's another thing. You can either add more bookmarks for camera positions, or if they're already set up, then that can get you back into the world space you're working on.
Okay, Andrew Moyer is in next from Oakville, Ontario. Is there something we should be working on for next week?
I don't have it posted right now. Next week, we're going to be working with video, so I hope to get all of that posted definitely by Tuesday, ideally by Monday. And that should end up getting included in the Zoom invites that come out each and every morning, because office hours is a everyday kind of thing. So just like the video that was shared this week ahead of today's session, I'll have another video that points you to some assets to download and get yourself ready. But we'll be looking at working with video files and working with video inside Unreal Engine.
Great. Mitch Jacobson in New York City says, is there a set of specs for qualifying LED walls for Unreal?
So there isn't one set of specs. There are a number of manufacturers and such. And understand that an LED wall is a system. So there are the LED panels, and that's scalable. It could be however many panels you need to cover the surface area you need. The number of panels you use will dictate the number of controllers that are needed, which will dictate the number of workstations to feed those controllers, which will dictate the number of graphics boards you need in those workstations and the synchronizing technologies. So no, there is not one list that you should, definitely, if you're brand new to it and you're genuinely serious about installing an LED wall type of installation, I think the best resource is to go to that Facebook group that Kelly mentioned and express your interest. And there are a number of experts. Irfan Merchant is one that I see pop in quite often. And, he's very skilled, and I know his company focuses on that. And there are a number of other, folks that are experienced in that space, and would be happy to help you out there.
Okay, moving on. Chad Lafarge has the last one that's in the question queue for right now. If he's from St. Louis, Missouri, and says, how would you compare the experience and capabilities of working in Unreal to working in Unity 3D?
So I think that Unreal, Epic in general, has done a better job. And I say this because in knowing that I have friends that work at Unity, but Epic has done an astounding job at providing documentation, educational materials, building a broad community, not entirely indifferent than what we have here in office hours, that help get through obstacles. Unity is also a great game engine, graphics engine, and you can absolutely produce the same visual fidelity and quality with Unity that you can with Unreal Engine. But Epic has really done an amazing job at making the ramp up from I've never opened this tool before to wow, I'm creating something that I really like looking at. That speed, that time differential is much smaller in Unreal. It's much faster, and there's such a broad community. And I think the other thing is that Unreal targeted the broadcast industry much, much earlier. I mean, many plural years ago. I mean, easily 4 or 5 years ago, it was becoming, it was gaining traction in these industries. It was already being readily used in production, where like they even altered how the engine kept time in order to address needs of the broadcast industry, because the broadcast has frame rates like 29.97. And that was not readily supported by the way game engines were built to be games at 30 frames a second. And Unreal altered their engine in order to support that much earlier than Unity did. Unreal also had this blueprint system for coding very, very quickly. Unity has caught up and has their own node-based scripting language now, but it's relatively new to Unity, whereas it's been in Unreal for many years. And so again, there's this huge community that's already there working in it. And so those are the differences that I notice, and why I started out in Unity, honestly, and now I've spent most of my life literally inside Unreal. So.
Okay, we're pretty much done with the cues, except Nicholas just had his hand up and Alex is back. Oh,
I was just going to say that also if you're using NDI, there's a plugin built for Unreal Engine, whereas if you wanted to use NDI in Unity, you'd have to dig into the source development kit and actually get all those integrations working. So it's just from like a high level view, it's a lot easier to just get involved in these kind of technologies in Unreal Engine than it is to get into Unity right now.
Okay, Alex, we've worked through the question list. We're pretty much done here.
All right. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having me.
It was a good start. It's a heavy start. We had a lot of questions there, and I think that the pacing, we just have to figure out. There's this thing I'm working on for the panel on the back end to tell you, like, if you decide you have 20 minutes, it just gives you a little click like you have to answer this question in this many seconds to have that done. It's hard.
There's a Blender artist, Ian Hubert, who has a series on YouTube called Lazy Tutorials. Every single one is 60 seconds long. I'll have to watch a whole series of those before each one of the office hours so that I'm in that fast mindset.
Alex,
Anyway,
I'll send you a link to the sheet where I do time check timings.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. The now that I think a lot of us have it installed, though, I think next week will be more lab time, and so we'll have you do demos of what we're putting together. But I think, and then you're putting out a video.
I'll put it on another video. My drop dead, it has to be ready before Tuesday morning, but I'll try to get it ready for you before
fine.
Monday morning.
Tuesday morning's fine. Just give us some time to noodle with it a little bit. So
yep.
I had to do so much to get my PC up that I had to like rebuild it, move the graphics cards, put everything in. Like it was just like this long draw. It's been sitting for like a year, like without being on. So there was like all this like updates and things and process, and so it's now running now. So I should be going faster.
But you did it, and you broadcast it, and there it was. Alex Lindsay fired up a PC.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're going to use it against me, aren't you? Yeah, I know.
No, I promise not to. I think it's a valuable accessory for the Mac.
It is.
I really do.
All right. Yeah. Anyway, so it's good. It just has a lot more. I mean, again, when you're getting to Unreal, we can do it on the Mac, but the PCs are going to be a lot snappier. You just can't beat an NVIDIA card. So that's the fundamental issue.
One of the things is that this industry of these graphic engines development, the implementation of virtual production, it's screaming. I mean, it's a rocket engine, right? And it's just burning down, and we are building the rocket while we ride it. It's not well suited for a consumer product, and Apple is brilliant at making absolutely seamless user hardware, software interfaces, making completely natural. I mean, when Apple addresses these markets, it'll be amazing and perfect. But it's right now, like what we're doing is moving so fast, and you open it up and there's like a million errors. Like if I was Apple, I would never have a product where you opened it up and there were 80 errors immediately was the first thing a person saw. And so, it'll be a little while before these technologies roll into there, and it'll be good. In the meantime, we want to prepare ourselves for anything. So.
And Kelly, for Unreal, do you know if you add more graphics cards, is the acceleration linear? I mean, is it like another? How much do you get out of multiple graphics cards for like Unreal?
Nothing.
No, nothing. Okay,
yeah,
one.
It's Unreal supports one card. They do support 2 cards in SLI only when using basically shooting on a video wall. You can dedicate 1 card to the inner camera frustum and then 1 card to the rest of things.
Right.
But other than that, there's no point in having multiple cards.
Got it. Okay. Very good. All right. Well, we're going to let everybody go. There was a link for if you want to jump in. We're finishing up here, but the OYA is still probably running along there. So if you want, it's a little further up in Mukana there. You'll see a link, and also it looks like I kept on telling everyone just go to the email this morning. I added a bunch of links. I did not add the cooking link to the the email that went out this morning. So if you want to cook, I'm going to send out because of that. Within the next hour, I'll send out a general email to everyone, letting them know that it's where it is. I don't do that very often, but I'll do it soon, and to make sure everyone got it because I thought they all had it. There are 43 people that did sign up, so somewhere they found it, but we'll see where that goes. But if you want to, I put the cooking link in here into Mukana, but you can go to OYA right now, Mukana or the cooking at 5 if you want to. And we're going to play around with lots of cameras. In a couple hours, I'm going to start setting up. So there'll be like I got to figure out where all my iPhone, I'm going to try to do the whole thing with iPhones and an Atem. So that's my little game. And an Ethernet cable going all the way through the house to the kitchen, which will be, since there's already one going to my wife's little space, I think I'll get away with it. All right. Thanks everybody. We will see you all another long day, but fun. And we'll see some of you this evening and the rest of you tomorrow morning. All right. Bye-bye.